Good afternoon. It is afternoon, just by a couple minutes, and welcome to the Education Funding Task Force. Hope everyone had a safe drive in and was able to remain dry in this stormy day. Good to see everyone here. We do have a couple of members who will either be joining us a little bit later or will not be able to be here, but for the most part, I think we've got the vast majority of members ready to go and dig in as we continue our work on looking at the education funding formula. Today, we are going to cover some of the weightings that we talked about at our last meeting more in depth. And the way this is going to go, we've talked at length about what the weightings are, how we arrive at them. So what we're going to do now is look at more of the impact on the formula, and then during discussion, come up with some possible ways that we might make it better, or some opportunities to look at ways to make it better. And the staff has done an incredible job of doing some runs for us for consideration. What if we did this? What if we added the funds to the base? Some of those runs, you should have received those electronically this morning. They were working on those last night and even this morning, so appreciate the hard work of the staff to get those to us. If you tried to print them out and look at them, get your magnifier glass. There's a lot of information on those charts, but I know we've got copies in here and they will be going over those with us. So thank you to the staff for getting those runs to us today. So with that, we will begin with a review of how weightings affect state foundation aid. And I know that Revisor Long sent a memo about this, so you should have received that as well. And he's going to go over that with us at this time. Welcome, Revisor Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. Jason Long with the Office of Revisor of Statutes. You do have a memo that discusses how the weightings fit into the school finance formula. It's basically a memo on the basic calculations that underline the runs you're going to look at today and tomorrow on these weightings. And how they play in, particularly with how the state foundation aid, the state's portion for school district finance is calculated. As you all know, it's the state foundation aid is one component of the district's total foundation aid. The other component is the local foundation aid. And the total foundation aid for a district is calculated by taking the base aid amount, the base aid for student excellence amount that's defined by statute, and multiplying that by a weighted or adjusted FTE enrollment. And that's where the weightings come in, is how we get to that weighted or adjusted FTE enrollment. And so the weightings are just factors that are applied either to the whole FTE enrollment or a portion of a school district's FTE enrollment to account for certain student demographics and the costs associated with providing education for those students. As you'll see as we review specific weightings, some of these are applicable to the whole FTE enrollment, such as a low enrollment weighting. We'll apply that factor across all of the enrollment of the school district. Others, such as the at-risk student weighting, are only applicable to certain portions of the enrollment of the district. In that case, only those students who are defined as being at risk, eligible for receiving free lunch under the National School Lunch Act, are included for purposes of calculating that weighting. And so the weighting's only applied to that portion of the FTE count. You add up all those weightings, add that to the FTE, the full-time equivalent enrollment of the school district, and that gets you your weighted or adjusted FTE enrollment. The enrollment, the memo does lay out some of the specifics on enrollment. Since we're not really talking about that right now, I'll just leave that for your review. If you have questions, obviously you can contact myself or Nick or Tamara for further clarification on that. But once you have the weighted FTE enrollment, that is then multiplied by the statutorily defined base to get the total foundation aid, and then arrive at the state's portion of that total foundation aid, we simply subtract out the school district's local foundation aid. And the back page of the memo, those bullet points starting on page 3 going to page 4, line out the statutorily defined defined elements that make up local foundation aid. And these are monies received by the district from other sources other than the state, such as money received for non-resident students who are enrolled in the district, or pursuant to contracts and made with other districts for enrollment of non-resident students, things of that nature, and other kinds of payments, such as under special education state aid and catastrophic state aid. Those are considered local foundation aid. They're deducted from the total that's calculated for the district to arrive at the state's portion. I think the takeaway from this is basically to understand it's all directly proportional. So whenever you increase a weighting, you're going to increase the total foundation aid for the district. If you decrease a weighting, you potentially decrease the total foundation aid for a weighting. It's all directly proportional. The other thing to remember, and I think you'll see this more in the runs you'll look at today, is every facet of the school finance formula is connected to something else. So I think of it as just a series of gears, and I make a tweak to this one, it's going to rotate through the formula, and you're going to potentially have implications on other aspects of funding for school districts as a result of a tweak you may have made over here to the formula. And that applies not only with calculating the total foundation aid and then the district's state foundation aid, but potentially the district's local option budget authority, and then potentially the supplemental state aid that the state also pays the school districts could be affected by those tweaks earlier on in the formula. So I just recommend the committee, the task force, keep that in mind as you review these runs, and you'll be able to see that play out in terms of all the different areas of funding that school districts receive under the formula. With that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Questions for the reviser? Yes, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jason, I was just looking at the last paragraph on, on page 4. Could you just go through that particular paragraph? Maybe that's kind of what you just did, but.
Yeah, I think that was a kind of a summation just to point out the fact that the state foundation aid is dependent on the total foundation aid, which is based on that calculation of, your base times your weighted FTE. So when you talk about changes to the base or changes to your weightings, you're going to directly affect that total foundation aid calculation, which in turn is going to affect the state's portion or the state foundation aid that's going to be paid to the district. It's just kind of highlighting that relationship throughout the formula of all the component pieces.
So in the very last line, when you say a higher total foundation aid generally results in more state foundation aid being paid to a school district, why would that not always be true?
Because the local foundation aid figures can vary from district to district. And so I could conceive of a hypothetical in which the total foundation amount for a district increases from one year to the next, but if their local foundation aid increases more than that increase, then they could actually see potentially a decrease in state foundation aid because you have that offset of local foundation aid from the total amount that's calculated.
So in that case, most likely you'd be talking about a growing school district?
I think more because the local foundation aid looks at those other local sources of income, revenue for the district, and so I think it'd be more focusing on those changes. For instance, if there's an increase in state and spec ed, special education state aid, or an increase in non-resident student enrollment, and there's payments tied to that increase in that non-resident student enrollment so that the district sees a significant increase in their local foundation aid. Despite potentially having a greater weighted FTE for the next year, they could still see a lower state foundation aid just because they have a higher local foundation aid amount and how the calculations work out. I'm not going to, guess as to the likelihood of that happening for any particular district, but it is because of the way the formulas work out, it is a possibility.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Williams.
Madam Chair, and actually this is not going to be for Jason, so it's more for the chair and KLRD. And did we receive in our last meeting runs that show us the enrollment and how it's changed since, let's say, pre-COVID, post-COVID, as well as the weightings? And what I mean by that is the ratio getting less between our actual FTE and the number of students that are qualifying for weightings, whether it might be bilingual or at risk or transportation, special education, so that that ratio is changing over time? And that doesn't have to be answered, but maybe that was something we were given last time, and I don't recall, but that would be really helpful to see what are the trends in enrollment, what are the trends on the weighted.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I do not believe that was provided last time, but I believe that there was a similar request made for that. Matthew Willis.
Madam Chair, Matthew Willis, KLRD. So I do have a document downstairs we'll go down and get that is a large 11 by 17 that shows from 92 through 2024, all of the weightings that would go into state foundation aid, along with like the adjusted enrollment and everything, so you can see kind of the trends as well as the percentage that each weighting comprised of everything. So we can go get that. I had it for tomorrow, but we can go get that and pass it out today.
That'd be great, thank you. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Jason. Committee, next we have Nick Myers will give us an overview of the history of specifically high enrollment weighting. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, committee members or task force members. So committee, in front of you, there's a memo regarding the high enrollment weighting. This memo covers the current weighting, how it functions in the school finance system, and then also kind of provides a little bit of a historical background on this high enrollment weighting. So this weighting, the next briefing and discussion will be involved with the low enrollment weighting. This is kind of the bottoming out of the low enrollment weighting. So this is the high enrollment weighting. It's in the KISA at 725149B. The KISA is the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act, the school finance formula. So this high enrollment weighting applies to school districts with an enrollment of at least 1,622 FTE students. And as Jason touched on, the FTE enrollment is determined in accordance with the KISA. So that's not just a head count students, that's the enrollment as determined based on the full-time equivalency. So to determine the high enrollment weighting for a school district that has at least 1622 students, the enrollment of the school district is multiplied by a weighting factor of 0.03504. And then the resulting product, enrollment times that weighting factor, is the school district's high enrollment weighting. And then generally, to determine the amount of state aid that's would be attributable as you're thinking about this weighting, you would multiply that weighted amount times the base state aid for student excellence. I do provide an example. This is a pretty simple example. So if the school district has an enrollment of 10,000 students, the high enrollment weighting is multiplied by, or that enrollment is multiplied by the high enrollment weighting factor of 0.3504 or a 3.5% weighting, and then that results in the district's high enrollment weighting being 350.42 students, essentially, in the school finance formula. So a little bit about the history of this weighting. This was first enacted under the School District Finance and Quality Performance Act in 1995. This weighting was originally called the correlation weighting. But then in 2006, the legislature, that was during the Montoy era, the legislature was grappling with changes to the school finance formula. And at first they repealed this weighting, but then reenacted it and renamed that the high enrollment weighting at this time in 2006. And then there's a table there that shows how the legislature has modified the enrollment threshold with which that high enrollment weighting applies. And you can see the applicable weighting factors for the high enrollment weighting. And you'll see when it first came in to law, the enrollment threshold was 1,875 FTE students for a weighting factor of 0.9%. And then you can see that the weighting factor jumped up until about 1999 to 2005, where it reached its highest point, and in conjunction with the lowest enrollment for the high enrollment weighting qualifier. And then lastly, currently it is settled at 1,622 students, or any district above that, and essentially a 3.5% weighting factor. And Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Okay, just a couple of quick, just clarifications that seem obvious. So the numbers were adjusted for the high enrollment weighting qualification. I take it because districts then were shrinking, the enrollment was dropping, so therefore they lowered the threshold for?
Oh, I'm not sure if that's the exact reason. As I said at the start, this weighting has always been, once it came into the law in 1995, it's always been tied to, my understanding is tied to that low enrollment weighting. So it's the bottoming out of the low enrollment weighting, and we'll discuss that here soon. But where the low enrollment weighting ends for the lower districts with lower enrollment is where this high enrollment weighting was then kicking in. So, and there was kind of some changes with the low enrollment weighting over these years, and essentially the mathematical formula to create that, and then that would kind of, I think, had an effect on where this high enrollment weighting ended up in these years.
Okay, but the adjustments to either the high or low enrollment weighting, I'm assuming has to be tied to the size of the districts. So then if the high isn't tied to the low, I'm assuming then the low also had a change in the number of students, and therefore that threshold was lowered, thereby lowering the high enrollment. Would that be a logical conclusion?
That is my understanding, is how that was working, as the legislature was grappling with those enrollment thresholds for both the high and low enrollment weighting. As they were changing the low enrollment weighting, the high enrollment weighting was kind of changing in coordination with that.
What's the rationale for having a high enrollment weighting?
Well, that's a good question. I didn't find much in the minutes. I kind of dug into the minutes a little bit to see, and I didn't see much testimony as of now on the rationale behind it. It essentially is just to, kind of what I was finding in the minutes is in 1995, 3 years after the legislature had passed the SDF QPA, they were grappling with some of the effects of how that new school finance formula was behaving and how the funding was being distributed. And I did see in some of the minutes that there was a notation and some testimony that those school districts with higher enrollment were using more local funds for their education. So there was this kind of an idea that and the proposal was to increase base state aid at that time, just increase the base state aid to kind of account for that. But I think there was baked into that some idea that those high enrollment school districts needed a little bit of something extra in conjunction with how that SDF QPA was acting and how the new formula was being calculated.
Thank you. Committee, other questions? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see where it kind of amped up a little bit and got to 0.0632 from 99 to 2005. Can you help me understand these changes and then why it went down so much from 2005 to 6? It seems arbitrary, and I know it can be. So do you know the reasoning for that?
I don't. I really don't. I kind of, like I said, I looked into the minutes and I did not find very much. No, I did not dig into every single change or into each one of these changes. Let's say the 98, 99 change. So I can still do some further digging to see if the minutes are reflective of the thought process with regard to those changes. I was mainly looking at the rationale behind the high enrollment weighting, as the chair was asking, but I can do some further digging to see.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed that the high enrollment weighting numbers were going down a lot. And at first I thought the weighting factor was going down a lot, but then I noticed when you pointed out those middle years where it really amped up before it went way down again. So thank you.
I believe Revisor Long has some information. Jason?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the task force. 2005, if you recall, was the year of the Montoy decision, and so there was significant changes to the formula following that decision to adjust the weightings, and that's what you see reflected there for the 2005, 2006, and the ensuing school years was that post-Montoy school finance adjustment.
And if I may add, Madam Chair, that's one of the reasons why when digging into the minutes, it sometimes is not very educational on the point of why this one particular weighting is being changed, because oftentimes, for example, in that 2005, 2006 adjustment that you see there, I mean, this is baked into a large school finance bill that was responding to the Supreme Court in Montoy. So a lot of the testimony is focused on big picture items and not necessarily a single bill that's dealing with the high enrollment weighting in particular and really focusing on that piece. So just a little caveat there.
So we get the pleasure of looking at those detailed parts of it at this point. So Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been digging into my files a little bit. In 2013, KLRD provided me with a report from a legislative task force that was called Vision 21st Century. The report was delivered at the start of the 2000 legislative cycle, and it encompassed a variety of topics. It was everything from agriculture and economic development to early childhood and K-12, water, workforce. Like, we're still grappling with all of these same topics today, of course. In it, the K-12 section doesn't spend a lot of time, but it does speak to the role that either the sparsity and lack of economy of scale plays on the cost of delivering education in those areas where you have the challenges you have when enrollment is low, and that there's also offsets that are needed for the high enrollment just to deal with increased costs for things. So it's been, like, as you see the adjustments in this table, the report doesn't give a whole lot more detail to legislative decision-making, but it was the legislative report from this interim task force that recommended that facet of operations be part of the formula funding. So this is, and I would imagine the 2010 Commission report probably has some insight into the Montoy decision-making process.
Certainly. And those economies of scale principles are very baked into the low enrollment weighting, as we will see. And that came around. The low enrollment weighting was enacted in 1992 along with the SDF QPA. And then this, as I said, in 1995, when they were seeing the effects of the SDF QPA and how it was affecting higher enrollment districts, that's when this weighting came into statute and was enacted in the statute. And then, as you can see, the changes since then.
So I think part of our discussion here in a little bit needs to be the rationale behind increased costs, which of course we have the COLA and economies of scale, which makes sense for smaller districts. So I think that should be part of our conversation going forward. Representative Estes.
Thank you. And the research may be the right person to answer these questions, but ballpark, how many districts do we have that have over 1,600 students? Okay, and where I'm going with the answer to that question is then, out of those, do we have a sense of how many of those districts are already getting a significant at-risk weighting? Okay, and that's fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much, Nick. Appreciate it. Committee, we will now have Jennifer Light present on modeling for the high enrollment weighting. So pull out these big sheets I'm sure she's going to be referring to here, and then Matthew is also going to be presenting, but we'll start with Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the task force. My name is Jennifer Light. I'm a fiscal analyst with KLRD for the K-12 budget, among other budgets. The documents that I'm just going to refer you to really quick before we let Matt get down into the nitty-gritty is the 11 by 17s that were underneath your folders. The one that we're going to talk about now is the overview of the model's low enrollment. What this does is it takes the different models that we have run for you for today and puts them side by side with the state foundation aid, the computed LOB, and the supplemental state aid with each of those runs. So first we have the green model, which is the current model. Then there's the pink model with no low enrollment at all, just removed completely.
Jennifer, I'm
Yes.
sorry, are we on high or low?
We're on high.
Okay.
Let me get my other piece of paper.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I was just ready to roll on straight through down to low enrollment, forget
Appreciate you
discussing the
keeping us
high,
rolling, but we need to be.
No, I apologize about that. We are discussing high enrollment. Both of them have the beginning ones laid out the same, where they had the current model and then the model without the enrollment at all. Then there is the model with the enrollment rolled into the base, as we discussed last session, last committee meeting, where instead of having it as a weighting, the amount of money that was used for that weighting is now rolled into the base. And then for high enrollment, we have high enrollment at above 1,900 at the 1996 multiplier rate. We have high enrollment above 1,900 at the current multiplier rate, and then high enrollment above 10,000. And so those are the models that we have run for you, that you have papers on, that we're going to go through. Matt is going to focus more on talking through some of the different models with you that you seemed more interested in. And so, but we wanted to give you just a high-level overview if you wanted to see something side by side as far as total state foundation aid, the total computed LOB, and the total supplemental state aid for the different models. So this is just, again, the overview. The documents Matt's getting ready to go into are going to go into more in-depth. And with that, I'll let Matt come on up.
Good morning, Madam Chair, task force members. So first, to address Representative Estes' question, there are 55 school districts that have over 1,600 FTE of enrollment. There are several that are close to that, and so if you did head count, there would likely be more. The average at-risk weighting for those 55 districts is 1,308.1 FTEs. The total at-risk weighting for all 55 districts is 71,944.7 FTEs, which represents 76% of the at-risk weighting for the state. Just with some quick little math. So diving into the weighting, so we'll start first. It should be the first one on your sheet, but underneath the purple one that states no high enrollment. And so this one I'll kind of walk through a little bit more slowly just to get you familiar. We've attempted to try and organize all of these fairly similar to make it easier for comparison. as well as tried to do a lot of the same types of models for each of the 3 weightings we'll talk about today and tomorrow, so as to give you starting points. So this one is just purely a model of what if there was no high enrollment weighting. We maintain everything else the same, no other corresponding changes. And so what you will see is, and this one, it looks like, is just the, okay, so this one looks like it is organized from the districts that would be most impacted to least impacted. I missed grabbing, and we should have one that is laid out by district number as well. Maybe it's not in my, is it in the back? Okay. It is attached further back in your packet, so you can look at them both ways. So first off, you will see, obviously, besides the district name, we do list total adjusted enrollment, so you can get an idea of the size of the district. Then moving in, we show what is their total weighted FTE. This does include special education, anything that is backed into and that is determined as a weighting. Then you will see the high enrollment weighted FTE for the district, if they have one. What that equals in aid. Now, I will note per Jason's thing, this is total foundation aid in the sense we do not back anything out. It is just taking their total weighted FTE multiplied by base, which for the 24-25 school year was $5,378, which you will see up in the top left corner. And then moving into the weighting itself, you'll see again the green. We typically tried anything that has a title that is shaded in green or a variation of it. Our printers kind of gave up on the vibrancy part of the way through. Is current. Anything that is in that kind of pinky purple is what we have modeled. And then yellows represent the differences between the two. So you'll see that removing the high enrollment weighting would have a net effect of decreasing state aid or by $63,797,063, give or take a few cents. And then next to it is then also local option budget, because as we've talked about before, the local option budget, the local taxes districts can raise, is tied to their state foundation aid, to their foundation aid numbers. And so you will see in districts that then would no longer have the high enrollment weighting, that their authority for raising that local option budget also decreases. Again, you can see what is the computed maximum they're able to raise for the 24-25 school year and how that would alter. Ignore any zeros that are in red. Those are just rounding elements in Excel. And then the final 2 columns show you the difference both in the dollar amount as well as a percentage. So total for both the state aid as well as local option budget, it would have about $85,046,560 decrease, or about 1.75%. And so that's just kind of a go through of that. I'm happy to stand for questions on this one or move on to another model.
Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious, so you've shown the reduction in the local option budget. There's equalization aid for certain districts. Wouldn't that be another layer to this that would be affected?
Madam Chair, Director Rooker, yes, and I believe on Jennifer's overview, it does include the supplemental state aid totals, so you can see that when comparing kind of model to model how that would change. For these breakdowns, we did not get into that element because what is the state foundation or what is the supplemental state aid percentage is a different element. And so we were trying to stick with just what is the weightings impact and not necessarily add in that element of supplemental state aid, because that could also be different based upon a change in percentages or how that's calculated. So we're happy to provide it. We were trying to limit the amount of columns on a spreadsheet.
Which I get. I don't want us to lose track of the impact that has on
Yeah.
the overall financial
Absolutely.
outlook.
And that is, I mean, since it is equalization aid, like they would still be losing that amount. It's just what amount of that is local revenue reduction versus additional kind of state revenue that district is getting.
Well,
It's not on top of this number. It would just be within that reduction number. It would be a mix of both local and state funding that would be getting decreased.
Directly tied to the equity side of the Gannon case.
Yes, but that is tied to the property value element, like how it is calculated, which district gets what percentage is tied to valuation elements that would not be impacted by the weighting per se.
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm trying to do my math real quick, and I didn't quite catch up to when you called me. But Matthew, just to make sure I'm understanding this right, because it doesn't seem to be working for me, so I'm missing a step somehow. But I'm actually looking between the two documents, the no high enrollment weighting and the no high enrollment weighting amount added to base. Because I think that last month, the objective was to make a more simplified formula, but equalize it, keep it the same. You know, they would still have the same benefit. So what you're showing here is it doesn't have the same benefit, which could be adjusted by this committee and we could get that number to work out. But let's just use Sedgwick County as the example. If you look on the no high enrollment weighting, you have 259 at the top. You have for 2025 that the weighted FT is 81,384, which is the same on the second document. And then you have high enrollment weighting is 1,547. So it shows you the loss of that. So I get that. But then you come over here in the no high enrollment weighting amount added to the base. Is that 1,547 already included in the 81,386 on the second document? Because it seems to me that 1,547, if you included it in the base, it's worth over $8 million. And so if you added that into the base, wouldn't it increase the total state foundation aid by $8 million more than not having it at all?
So, Madam Chair, Representative, I'd be more than happy to kind of jump into that one and explain through it. In general, when adding it into base, we went with the assumption of trying to stick as close to the current appropriation, and so just dividing that 63, essentially that not quite $64 million into it by what was the state FTE, excluding special education and COLA and ancillary that are kind of backed into, to just say, what is $64 million divided by X FTE, and that just added a certain amount to the base. And I forget, it added, as you'll see on the second one, that is adding it into base, it took it from 5378 to 5477. And then we modified each district's, so yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and jump into that real fast since they are kind of tied together. So you will see that we essentially attempted to create what is a district's modified, like a weighted FTE with no high enrollment added into it. And I see with the differences, I will want to go back and look. Sorry, let me collect my thoughts for a moment. We had several data changes in order to try and capture the most recent one from some of the audits. And so we tried to get all of these sheets to make sure that we aligned to the same one. But I think looking at columns E and column G, it looks like there is just a slight difference that we'll go back and confirm for some districts that don't have any high enrollment weighted. Oh, no. Sorry. Jumping into this. So the reason why you will notice a district such as 101, we'll take 101 Erie-Galesburg. The reason why their FTE with no high enrollment would drop from 923.1 to 921 is because that is including things like special education state aid, as well for some districts as the cost of living, and ones where you take a number and you divide it by base. So when we increase what the base aid was and divide that same special education or other amounts, it leads to a lower FTE count. And so you will notice that some districts that do not have any high enrollment weighting will have a lower weighted FTE without high enrollment and an enhanced base because of that math element of like the special education and things we back into. And so largely what you can see is an attempt to keep the overall state kind of total foundation aid there the same. The districts that are losing the high enrollment weighting, the enhanced base does not make up enough to necessarily keep them level where they were without or with high enrollment. It does dampen it, as opposed to when you will look at the ones where it is just removed. But where we just modify high enrollment here without touching low enrollment or anything else, it does cause a lot of the low enrollment districts to benefit because they are getting an enhanced base without losing any weightings, whereas the high districts, even with the higher weightings and everything else across the board from being large, do not quite make up for it. So this is, again, likely an element where, depending on the committee's will, you would tweak some other things when it is going into a multi-weighting formula. But with the enhanced base, you will notice that there are just some differences, and the districts that are losing the weighting do still have negative impacts, if not as much as just the simply removing it.
Do you have a follow-up? Yes, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think that would be an further explanation. So, but I guess what I'm understanding is that you kept the 64 million, which was the amount that was allotted for the high enrollment, and that was overall a reduction in 0.29%. And, but if you would have done it exactly and ignored the 64 million amount, that would have caused a little bit of an increase.
Madam Chair, Representative, it could have. You'll note that, or you'll see that all of the decrease as far as kind of for most of that 0.29% is in the local option budget of computing that LOB amount. So yes, if the goal was to say we want to remove high enrollment, but we want to make sure that no district loses, you could adjust the base by whatever is needed to kind of make up for that local option budget difference, or tweak it in some ways to compensate for it on the local budget end. We were focused on just taking that 64 million and distributing that same amount that went to the weighting and seeing how everything else played out, and not manipulating any other factors to try and, for instance, hold harmless or try and do anything else. We were just wanting to show what happens if you took that same amount of money and put it into base instead of that weighting.
Do you have information on this, Dr. Harwood?
Yeah, a little
on
bit.
this particular,
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Harwood.
So, so I think to do what Representative Williams, I think, was talking about was you get rid of the high enrollment weighting, you put it back into the base, and I talked about last time, theoretically, everybody's kind of balances out. To do that, you also have to reduce the low enrollment weighting by the same amount, because what's happening now is the increased base, a lot of it is increasing the low enrollment amount that small districts are getting, which is why the large district like Wichita lost $8 million when you take it completely away, but still lost $2 or $3 million because that $2 or $3 million went to small districts. So you can do that. Now the LOB piece is a little bit different in that right now the LOB base is higher than the regular base, has been since 2008. The law says that if the regular base ever catches up to the LOB base and they stay together, and so there will be a loss in the LOB for everybody in that regard, unless you raise the LOB by the same amount or the same proportion, and then you can take care of that issue. But I'd agree with Matthew that it doesn't make sense to look at that part of it until you're ready to do everything at once, because the other part that's in here is that even if you do that and take it away from the low enrollment weighting, districts that have a higher proportion of their budget, so general fund, come from weightings, benefit more from a higher base than districts that don't. So I was looking at this, and the range for districts is to get between 10 and 40% of their general fund from weightings. So if you raise the base by $100, one district gets 10 and the other district gets 40. And so that would be another way that, again, this is the best way to look at it right now. At the end, you may have to say, well, we changed this weighting and it had this effect. And I think that's where we talked about with some of those other things. You may have to go back and look at, well, this other weighting may then need to be adjusted because we want to get to the same amount of money. The weighting is higher. So I think this is a great way to look at it. It is incomplete until you're ready to look at all of the weightings together. But I think if you eliminate the high enrollment weighting, and the idea is to hold districts as harmless as possible, you also have to reduce the low enrollment weighting by the same amount. And then it redistributes back to the high enrollment districts.
Dr. Rooker on this topic.
Dr. Harwood, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harwood, you said something in there that I want to clarify. You said that the LOB is calculated on a different amount than the actual base amount. I thought we passed that point a few years ago in the Gannon increase years.
It never caught up based on, so what's happening right now is they both increase by the CPIU. And so they will always be different and go up by the same amount because and what happened is that as the Gannon was being implemented, there was a spike in inflation. So LOB went up far faster than the base did because the first 4 years, the base went up as prescribed in Gannon. And when that got done and they're both going by the CPIU, the LOB base is still higher.
Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Matthew, I just want to make sure I have this down. Earlier, you had said that 76% of the at-risk for the state is coming from the districts with high enrollment.
Madam Chair, Senator Petty, yes, of the districts that have 1,600 FTE or above, they represent approximately 76% of the state's total at-risk weighting. That is just at risk. I did not look at high density for that element, but of just the at-risk, it is 76%.
So you don't have the percentage of how much, do you have the percentage of how many of our students are in high enrollment districts?
No, I can get that here in a bit as well. It shouldn't take too long. I just need my computer.
I think Frank does.
Dr. Harwood.
Yeah, I would just say the average for this year was about 1,500. So more than half of the students are in high enrollment districts. We did a thing for the state board, and the vast majority of students are in the largest 50 districts because the median district size is 500. So more than half of the districts are less than 500 students.
Madam Chair, so more than half of the districts are less than 500 students, but more than half of our students are in high enrollment districts.
Yes, because the largest 50 districts educate about 70% of all of our students. The smallest 50 educate about 2%. And so it's just that there are a lot of small districts and then a couple of, and then some really large districts. And that just skews the averages, whichever way, whether it's a mean or a median.
Right. And that, I mean, but I think that's an important fact to be looking at when we're talking about any kind of weightings, because we're overly impacting, well, with some changes, we are overly impacting the majority of our students that are in public education financially.
Well, I think you'll see that when you talk about low enrollment weighting, is the cost of high enrollment is higher than the cost of low enrollment because of just the total number of students you're talking about.
Any other, Matthew, did you have more, or?
Yeah, so Madam
Okay,
Chair, so there
please
are
proceed.
a few more that we had just produced, and so I was just going to kind of go over them briefly as, just so the committee is aware of them, and then if there are questions, great, but if not, it just kind of provides some food for thought. So the first one was, we took, I'm looking at the high enrollment that's above 1,900 with the current modifier, or the .03504. So in this one, we just took the high enrollment cutoff and moved it to 1,900 FTE of students, which is, would be kind of a similar proportion of districts to what would have received it when it came into being in 1996. So just to kind of show, if you were to move back to kind of what that was, it really impacts, I believe it is a total of 6 or 9 districts who exist in that realm between 1622 and under 1900. But you can see that it would be a total decrease of 3.9 million, again, just in moving that and then not tweaking low enrollment. So essentially, this would then create a liminal space between 1622 and 1900 where a district would not receive either a high or low enrollment. Additionally, we have one where we kept the 1900, but we also reverted back to the original multiplier from 1996, which you will see has a much larger effect just because it was a lower weighting than it is now. And then the final one was a model where we moved the high enrollment weighting to starting at 10,000 or above, which you will see has about 35 million for the of foundation aid and another like 15 million in LOB. Because again, your largest districts would still be receiving it, but any of them that are in that 1622 to under 10,000 would not. So those are just some additional ones that we did. I also wanted to follow up to Director Rooker's question on the base, the LOB base is, I believe that's because the year, it started a year before normal base aid did on dealing with the CPIU. So it had a year advantage on getting that, and now they're both increasing using the same CPIU calculation. So to Dr. Harwood's point is, unless something changes to base state aid, it will not catch up or surpass LOB because there was that additional year of CPIU adjustment for the base number you use to calculate the local option budget amount. But yeah, I'm happy to walk through if anyone wants me to spend more time walking through any of these other 3 or has any other questions. I'm happy to. I believe the committee was more interested in the first 2. We just had these 3 and wanted to provide them.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Senator Petty.
So Matthew, on the tables that you did for high enrollment above 1,900 at the 1996 multiplier, and I'll just take all 3 of those. So am I understanding that it created a gap where there's some districts that now are in these runs are no longer high, they're no longer low, they're in no man's land, and how does that affect their funding then?
Madam Chair, Senator, so yes. So the easiest way to see this would be on the 1,900 plus the current multiplier. If you go to page 9 that begins where we have it sorted by kind of most impacted to least, you will see that there is a total of 9 districts that fall into this space of currently receiving high enrollment weighting, but having fewer than 1,900 students. And so those 9 districts in this model would lose out would no longer receive a high enrollment weighting, but would have too many students to receive a low enrollment weighting, since again, we altered nothing else. And so those 9 districts between them would see a reduction of 2.9 million in foundation aid funding and about $1 million worth of local option budget reduction. In the 1900 with the 1996 multiplier, those 9 districts would still lose all of their high enrollment funding, but then all of the other districts that are above 1900 would have a reduced high enrollment weighting because we are using a lower factor for calculating that weighting. And so they would just have a reduced weighting and thus they would still get some aid for having high enrollment, but it would be less than what they are currently receiving.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And these are no way tied to low.
No, for this, we were just manipulating the high enrollment. And so that's where by moving it to 1900, you would create a gap where the low enrollment still ended at 1622 and the high began at 1900.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Do you have anything else?
So we passed out the big 11 by 17. I just thought while I was up here, I'd just kind of go over it really fast. So this was my attempt at kind of answering that question of how have the weightings changed over time. And so you will see, I did this as kind of two big rows in order to make it a little more legible on the paper. So you will see on the left hand, kind of chunks on both. You'll see the fiscal year, which is the school year, so 92, 93, 93, 94, et cetera, what the base aid amount was for that year, and then what the total weighted FTE was, not including special education, since the funding for that differs. And so that will let you see kind of, okay, what was the state? So in 93, you'll see that the total weighted FTE for the state was just over 516,000. And so the total amount of aid for that was 1.9 billion. And then you can go all the way down to 24 and see that we have grown to 676,000 weighted FTE, excluding special education, to 3.4 billion. And then moving to the right on both of kind of the large rows, you will see the total adjusted enrollment. So just kind of the base of like, these are the FTE of students, and then all of the different weightings, and it will tell you what is the state FTE for that year. So what is the total amount of aid, and then what is the percent of that weighting or that element of the state total. So for instance, base aid times just the school district's total adjusted enrollment in 93 represented 83.5% of total state foundation aid, but has since dropped to 67.69% because weightings have increased in their proportion of the makeup of kind of funding. And then you can see how each of those weightings also impacts things. So that was just an attempt to kind of help show that historical overview of the weightings changes throughout their existence. And again, I'm happy to take questions and answer what I can.
So Matthew, not to add another column, but head count, how was head count? How did it change over that same time period?
Madam Chair, I'd be more than happy to look into that and add it or provide it as just a separate document, either way.
Representative Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's really like the key. We were having a sidebar discussion about, for example, some communities that have almost double from their actual FTE to their weightings, almost double. So it's a 2-to-1, and how some, it's completely different than that. My other question, so I think that would be really important to see that trend. My other question is, I'm looking at the at-risk, and we've talked about this many times, but we see a 25% jump in at-risk from 76,528 in 22 to 24,959. And I think we've had this discussion before, and I kind of was under the assumption that that's because it's direct certification and that more people were actually being included. But I wanted to get maybe a better answer than that, or if I'm reading that wrong. Or I did my math wrong.
Madam Chair, Representative, I believe that the at-risk weighting has always been tied to free lunch. And so one potential element as well is that free lunch qualification is based upon the federal poverty guidelines established by Health and Human Services. And so it also could be growth in the fact that if that poverty guideline was increasing more than family incomes in Kansas were increasing, that you could get individuals who qualified because that federal kind of determination of who qualified was outpacing the growth of household kind of income in the state is one option. Direct certification, I think, has been since 2012. And so you see some jump, but I don't believe you see a huge one from that. So, but Dr. Harwood might also have some further insights.
Dr. Harwood.
So although direct certification has been around a lot longer, there was a significant change for the FY 2023 in that Medicaid eligibility became a direct certification eligibility. However, I mean, if you're going to compare, you probably need to go back pre-pandemic to the free lunch, because you'll see there's a dip during the pandemic, because during that time, everybody received free lunches. So people were not applying for the people that were filling out applications. There was a much lower rate of those applications. So you'll see it goes down from 2019 or 2020 probably through 2022, and then it jumps back up. And that would correspond to two things. One is that's when the free lunch for all stopped, and the direct certification through Medicaid eligibility went in. So, I mean, I guess to Representative Williams' point, there is that correlation. I just think that the low of 2021 is probably not the place to go, because that was probably artificially low, even though it went up back above that.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An excellent point. I mean, so if we went back pre-COVID, it's still a 14,000 increase, and I guess there are years that are low. But what that says to me, though, is Kansas's economy is not doing well. If we're having that many families that are qualifying, that they are below the federal poverty line, and that doesn't bode well for what we're doing economically, whatever it's incentives, taxation, whatever it is. This is not a good trend for us to have more students qualify for at-risk on the merit of federal poverty line.
So to that point, as a former building administrator, what are the, we have direct certification, but I know a lot of times in practice, it's self-reporting and there's no verification of income. Is that still the case? I've been out of the building a while. Is that still the case, or are there requirements that they verify that a family is eligible for free lunch?
Madam Chair, I can do further research into how the process works, but I do believe that when you submit a form that the district is required to verify the income. I do not know how exactly it all works, but I'd be happy to get further details.
Really? Dr. Harwood.
So for direct certification, the school district does not do any verification after that. That comes directly from either KDHE, who verified the Medicaid eligibility, or DCF, who verified whatever the other qualifying eligibility was. For families that fill out the free and reduced lunch application at the school, districts are required to verify 3%, and that is exactly 3%. They're not supposed to go over, they're not supposed to go under. The disadvantage that districts have in this regard is they ask families to provide proof of income, and they take whatever the families bring in. Legislative post-audit is doing this audit again. They've done it several times, looking at the connection between the two. So my guess is sometime probably late summer or early fall, when they report on that audit, we will find that there are families that when LPA does a verification through the Department of Revenue, Some of them may have not qualified. That would not be information that the school district had available. So school districts are required through USDA policy to verify 3%, and then we follow up to make sure that is correct. However, schools are only able to use whatever information the family provides.
I think it bears maybe some looking at that and maybe having some more stringent accountability in there. Senator Petty.
Actually, this is going to be a follow-up to what Frank just shared. So also, along with that, does the State Board of Education estimate as the percentage of families that don't apply for free lunch that are eligible?
So that's always been very difficult. Typically, it's better at the elementary level and it gets worse when we get up. The difference has been is since Medicaid eligibility has been a direct certification, now about 70% of free lunch students are directly certified. So there were a lot of those students that were previously applying for free lunch that are now directly certified because of Medicaid eligibility. But we also know there are families that were qualified for Medicaid that were not applying for free lunch because they would have qualified that way. So when you look at that one, the 14,000 that we're looking at, the representative pointed out, would be a fair indication of folks that were eligible based on income guidelines that were not applying, but were applying for Medicaid at that point.
But now are eligible because of direct certification through Medicaid.
Right.
Thanks.
On a side note, not to get on a rabbit trail, but as Chair of Government Efficiency, we've dug into Medicaid, and the fraud, waste, and abuse for eligibility there is substantial. So I don't know that that's exactly the measure we want to use as saying that this is all nicely wrapped up and tied with a bow and there's not any abuse happening. I think we need to at least be incumbent and do our due diligence. Representative Williams, did I see? Okay. Representative Williams, then Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad you brought that up because as the Chair of Government Oversight on the House side, we also looked up to SNAP and the payment error rate always substantially to the 80% or more on the side of overpayment, not underpayment. And to track how much it compounds. So it compounds whether it's SNAP or Medicaid, and then on this side of the ledger over here, it compounds. I don't know what other states do to ensure that that's accurate, whether it's a higher auditing or something, because I want us to be sure we're including all of those that really need it, but I do not want there to be fraud.
Director Rooker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be interested. I did not know there was a new audit happening of this program. I will be interested in what the findings show with the direct certification element, because if memory serves, the previous times it has been reviewed, the finding was that while there are occurrences of families who shouldn't have been enrolled in the lunch program, there is the findings have been that more families qualify that don't enroll than families who don't qualify who do enroll. So I'm curious if that variable changes with the direct certification for better or worse, because again, when the program is federally funded and you cannot audit more than 3% under federal guidelines, I don't know what we do as a state to adopt a more stringent process. So this will be an interesting audit report.
I agree, and I think we need to also understand, as Dr. Harwood said, as kids get older, as from someone being in a high school and working the enrollment process, those high school kids have options and they do not want to fill out the free and reduced form. And so therefore there are other, decisions made because the high schooler does not want that. They want to go out with their friends. They have other options. And so I think there are other variables that are in play rather than, well, they qualify for Medicaid, therefore there's a shortage. There's some intentional opting out based on the age of the kid that I think comes into play as well. So Anything else along this line? Matthew, do you have any other information for us?
Madam Chair, I think that's it for the high enrollment models. So if you're all ready, I believe Nick is back up for low enrollment.
Hang on just a sec. I think we've done a good job of incorporating discussion and questions as we go. But before we move on to low enrollment, just want to give an opportunity for some summarization of our discussion on high enrollment before we move on. I know we're a little behind schedule, but I was visiting with staff about my recollection of our conversation regarding high enrollment weighting at our last meeting, and it seemed like there was some openness. I just want to make sure that this is the understanding, or based on our conversation today as well, that there is some interest in maybe looking at some of these different ways of taking that money, that almost 64 million, and doing something other than high enrollment weighting. But I wanted to open it up for discussion and make sure that there was that tended to be the consensus, but I want to give the committee an opportunity to have any further summarizations or any other ideas regarding high enrollment weighting before we move on. So with that, I'll open it up. Senator Petty.
Well, one thing that I'm not sure, and these tables spell out yet, is that, let's just use it, since we're talking about high enrollment weighting, the court cases and their determination about how this weighting plays into funding. And I don't think we've really explored that. And when I was looking at this big one, Matthew, that you brought in, it has, it does have asterisk, like when block grant funding was, how that affected, but it doesn't actually asterisk in, I don't believe, the Montoid and Gannon, and so I think, at least from my perspective, I think before there was any discussion about moving high enrollment weighting, that, as you said, or as has been shared, 70% of our students are in the top 50 districts. So that has that's about 3/4 of our students are being impacted by high enrollment weighting. So I think it's a big factor as we look at any kind of change. So that's just what I would like to share.
I appreciate that. To that end, I'd like to know, how has high enrollment weighting impacted student outcomes?
Madam Chair, I think that would depend on how one defines outcomes. I would not be the one to be able to address that, as well as others.
Is there any indication that the investment of this 64 million, because of the number of students in a building, has directly, positively, or otherwise impacted student outcome? Do we know how that money has been specifically used to address the issues that come with that, outside of they have more students, so they're going to have more money, they have more COLA adjustment because they're a larger district, they have economies of scale. So what I want to know is, how has this additional weighting impacted student outcomes? And is there any way to know that, measure that?
So, Madam Chair, for this specific one, obviously I would lean to if Dr. Harwood has any suggestions, but this is not one that is required to go into a specific fund, or in any way I'm not aware of how you would be able to specifically track the dollars that would be attributable to this weighting beyond just looking at the expenditures of a district that would not be ones such as at risk or ones that are required for set purposes, but then how to determine an outcome would be, I would not be able to do unless had a fairly clear kind of guideline of what to consider as success, or in any way be able to evaluate it.
Representative Estes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I sit here and I listen to the discussion that we've had, I kind of think back to the answer that Director Rucker said, that this was kind of a way to further equalize and kind of tweak after they got into this for a certain point. So I sit back here and I think, it's hard for me based on what Revisor Myers presented, what we're hearing now, to understand what was the rationale behind the amounts that were set, where the lines were drawn, and what makes sense. And maybe this was a solution to something else that, it's sort of like when you hem the pants that don't fit and you really should buy a different size. I'm just not sure that this solution makes sense, because I'm not sure that it's actually really directly tied to the problem it's trying to fix. That's a difficulty I have with it.
Dr. Harwood.
So I have not looked, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to this in 1995 because I was a second-year teacher. But listening to what Nick said was that, you know, they implemented the QPA in 92. They started looking at the impacts of that. And I think what they saw at that point, because local dollars were not equalized, sounds like they say, well, the larger districts have to use more local funds. And so they wanted to get more dollars to larger districts. Looked at first raising the base, but if you do that, that also goes to the smaller districts. They could have raised the base and lowered the low enrollment weighting, but instead they chose to put in a high enrollment weighting. At that point, it was correlational, which it actually varied by, I think it actually, there was it got higher as you got bigger, I think is how it went. So I think it was in regard to, we just started this new system. We see this area where we don't like what it's doing, and we can move this one gear, as Jason talked about, and get what we want. If we just add it to the base, we have to move 2 other gears. Otherwise, we actually exacerbate the problem even more. So now that it's flat, I think to your point, whether it's in just in the base in the general fund, or whether it's a high enrollment weighting, at this point, I don't think it makes any difference. I think if we go back to Representative Williams' point from last time, that if we do that, we, you know, just kind of, we're going to try to spread it evenly back out by lowering the low enrollment weighting by the same amount and putting it at the base. It is right now, high and low enrollment weighting just go into the general fund, and they get treated just like any other general fund dollar from the base. So, I mean, I think that kind of gets to, I think they saw a problem and found a way to fix it. It's whether that fix still makes sense 30 years later, 35, 30 years later this time. Yeah.
We have Representative McDonald, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harwood, that's the first time that sunk in for me. So thank you for repeating yourself over and over these last couple of meetings, because I think I'm with you now. One thing, Matthew, that would be helpful to me is to have, just with this batch of charts in my folders, is to have a list per district of their FTE, so I can have a better idea just at a glance of enrollment. But that's my main thought. It's going to take me some time to process a lot of these. I was madly trying to just keep up with which chart you were on, so I'm going to have to rewatch, but thank you.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Representative, column D on most of these sheets that shows the total adjusted enrollment is going to be kind of what the district has.
Thank you. I had not seen that. Thank you.
And for clarification for the committee, we're not making decisions about what we're doing. We're looking at options, because this is a lot to digest, but just want to at least put some guardrails on and try to get a general direction, because to the point of Director Rooker, these pieces are all going to play off of each other and affect each other. It's going to be a domino effect, but just for giving some direction, so moving forward, we kind of have at least a direction point so we can start putting the pieces together and then look at the overall impact is kind of the purpose. So please don't think we're making a decision here to get rid of it and we're going to do this with it today. Okay, I just want to make sure everyone understands. Senator Petty.
Well, I wasn't a first-year teacher in 95, but I did teach in one of those 10 districts that were part of the lawsuit that brought about the change in school finance. And I was in a district where 70% of the funding was coming from their local option budget. It wasn't called the local option budget, but 70%. So I think that's important to keep in mind, that the equalization was caused because you had, in this case, it was a block of, they had a category, and I can't remember the category, but there were 10 school districts in that category. And they had, so they're basically almost all their funding was coming from the locals area. So, I know we all are very sensitive to taxes, and that impacts what we're doing could impact taxes, not only the funding, but how it's paid for. So I think that's important to keep in mind, because I came from one of those, I still live in that area that was impacted that way. That was the equalization that led to looking at having a level of funding that's coming from the state spread out across the state to help equalize that amount of money. I do think that and the chair just brought up earlier about what are we, I guess what we'd say, what are we getting for our dollars? The population of students that was in schools in 95 is not the same population of students that are in schools in 2025. So we know that from a lot of things, that our population is constantly changing. But we do have measures that our students are performing better than they did in 95. We have more students that are graduating from high school in Kansas than ever graduated from high school. We have more students going on to higher education or to certification than ever. So I think if we're going to talk about what are these performance measures, we do have those, and we can look at that information. And I think that's an important piece to keep in mind, that we do have successes going on in our schools.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you asked two questions, and one of your questions was whether or not we were going the right direction in terms of looking at these different weightings and maybe eliminating weightings. And I applaud any effort that this committee can think differently than those previously, in which we kept things from the original, well, not the original, the one that was around Montoy, that finance formula that just kind of was moved into this new formula and then just adjusted. So to me, that's that concept of having all of these different requirements and all these different weightings, 11 different weightings, is less transparent and less usable for our school districts and school boards that may not understand it, and then they're constantly having to compute it. They need ks.gov to compute it. We, as the legislature, have to figure out all these different weightings. If we can still provide the funding, but provide more flexibility, actually release, because one of the things I hear from state or school board members, local school board members, is they would like more flexibility with money. And every time we create pots of money, some of those have restrictions on them. Some of them don't. So I really applaud us making it an easier, more transparent. The second thing, you asked about outcomes, you asked about these larger school districts, and as Frank shared, the median school size is 500. So if you look at that, the median school is 500 students. I just pulled up one of our largest school districts, and it has if we just look at our state assessment for all students, not even at-risk students, just all students in that school district for ELA, it's absolutely staggering that there are 56% of their students in 2024 compared to 49% in 2019 that are in the lowest level. That means they are below grade level, and that's not okay. And so we can graduate them all day long. We can send them off to college all day long. We can send them off to an employer all day long. But when the employer has to spend more time training, and when the schools have to spend more time with those co-requisite courses, and there's a problem. And so I think we have to focus on the fact that to answer your question, it didn't help. That $64 million of courting did not help, did not change anything. Thank you.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to point out to this committee that 2023 is actually the school year that we achieved the target goal in the Gannon remedy. So this legislature fulfilled its duty year over year from 2017 when we enacted the formula and in good faith put forward funding increases. There was some back and forth in 18 and 19 to get it adjusted to the correct amount. But it was a 6-year phase-in process to get to the target goal that constituted the settlement agreement. That school year was the 2023 school year. So I know my own children attended Kansas public schools and never had constitutional levels of funding. And I see our school districts repairing cuts made to staffing, have reduced class sizes, have brought in the kinds of learning specialists that are needed to provide those extra services, that have provided other types of services that schools in days gone by never were expected to provide to students and their families in some cases. We can go on and on. But 2023 is the watershed moment when we achieved the constitutional level of agreed upon funding, and then the annual cost of living increase is designed to keep us tracking in that at pacing inflation to stay compliant with what we as a legislature submitted to the court and agreed to do.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reluctant to admit that I'm perhaps the only one that was involved with educational policy in 1995. I'm one of the few. The first one to speak up, I guess. Perhaps the more salient question would be how many legislators are in the districts that are affected by high enrollment weighting? Because pure and simple, to be absolutely blunt, it was a totally political move to get school finance funding passed through the legislature at that point in time. And it was never based, we can try to, after the fact, we can try to come up with logical reasons why high enrollment weighting should exist. It was not based on logical reasonings. It was based on political power. And, perhaps it's still political power that keeps it in place today. But the truth of the matter is that when we went to equalization formula, there were some districts in the state that wanted to be a little more equal than others. And equalization limited that ability to do that. And so local efforts increased, and then eventually state efforts increased to make some districts have the ability to be more equal than others. And so that is the real story behind high enrollment weighting. It is the start of local option budget as well. And of course, local option budget changed after block grants. But originally, if you go back to 95, that's what was going on. I think our challenge as a committee has to do with doing things that logically make sense, and in particular, doing things that result in improved outcomes, and outcomes that are meaningful to young people in their lives. We can come up with an outcome that you attended school so many days, and maybe that's the most, but I don't think that ends up being what you learn and how your life is improved from what you learn is the outcome that really matters. So thank you for indulging my long tooth approach here.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been sitting here thinking about what Senator Petty said about how many of these things came about because of past lawsuits or court hearings. And I would love it if we could always get a flavor from the revisers about that historical perspective when we approach each aspect of this work. Because I agree with a lot of what Representative Hill said. Our overarching goal is to do what's best for kids. And we also want to make sure that we are good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And in my opinion, the history of us spending so much money on lawsuits is criminal. So I would like for this body to make sure that we do every single thing we can to avoid future lawsuits. And I think to that end, having our advisors chime in just with that historical perspective. And when we make these runs, we just need to keep in mind how these decisions we're making could impact that overall equity piece. Thank you.
So I'll give you my perspective on this. We can either craft a formula with the goal of keeping us out of lawsuits, or we can craft a formula that prioritizes our students and allocates the money based on student outcomes. We cannot do both. We cannot do both. Oh, no, we cannot. I think history has shown us that. We're either going to prioritize student outcomes or we're going to get sued. As Senator Erickson, I'm going to prioritize the students every single time. And we have heard already in this committee, it doesn't matter what we do. If we don't give in and keep the formula the same, just add more money, we're going to get sued. I'll take that risk. I'll take that risk based on the outcomes of students that have happened since we have fully funded schools. I'll take that risk, but I'm happy to look at the historical context of the lawsuits that got us here, if that's how this committee wants to spend its time. I want to spend our time on focusing on how can we direct funds to improve student outcomes, because it is absolutely mind-boggling to me how anyone can see the results of our students and think that we are on the right path and we do not need to change course. And that's going to mean taking some hits and making some bold decisions on behalf of our students. And so if this task force wants to move toward running against or deciding to keep us out of court, I think that's the wrong course. It won't be under my direction as chair of this task force, because we're going to focus on how can we direct funds to improve student outcomes. That's my motivation. That's what we're going to do until I'm removed as chair of this task force. So, Representative Estes.
I think we're thinking along the same line, because in my mind, it's, you can't conduct yourself in a way that controls other people. And when other people are already recruiting for a lawsuit and nothing's even been decided, the reality of the situation just changes, and I'm not open to functioning under a threat of a lawsuit and avoiding a lawsuit when a lawsuit's already a path that others want to go down. I think we just have to focus in on what is the right thing to do that's going to help our kids the most and move forward in good faith.
I can't see you sometimes, Director Ricker. My apologies, Director Ricker.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I would like to kind of focus on good faith, because we do have rules of engagement here where we do get to discuss variables and not impugn motives, right? I think we can do both. I think we can exercise prerogative to adjust and change and simplify and improve the existing funding mechanism while not losing sight of the principles that guided not just Gannon, but the revisers have a beautiful memo that I don't have with me, but it is the legal history, right, that they have given over and over. it is the layers of legal precedent that lead to the principles that imbue the reason for the Gannon opinion that was delivered, that there be reasonably equal taxing effort that allows reasonably similar educational opportunity to all students in the state. So that's where you get into all of the equity pieces that, the taxation, the property values and the income levels and all of the ways that affects taxing efforts and the burden it places on communities in the state that don't have the same financial resources. It's why there is so much put on the state to either provide or equalize for that local, the patchwork of local ability to raise funding. The second principle is that the adequacy piece is that the funding is suitable to provide the educational outcomes that we are actually required in our Article 6 to strive for our students. The thing that we're losing track of, it is not just the test scores that the court looked at. They looked at the Rose capacities. And the Rose capacities were put into state statute by Kansas lawmakers, I think in 2005, maybe prior to that. But those capacities are more than just the single data point. It is a set of attributes that our schools need to provide in terms of the educational opportunities they provide to the students. So I'm sitting here thinking, why can't we do both? I do think we need to keep our students at the center of this. And I think if we have a reasonable path forward, speaking for myself, I'm not sitting here trying to debate to a point where we preserve the high enrollment and low enrollment weightings. Of course there's room to change. The court recognized the legislature's power that there are a myriad of different avenues for the legislature to follow to deliver a remedy to the legal issues. So I think if we could keep the principles in mind and not get stuck on, I know I am a big source of, well, this is why this happened. I think it's important to know why. We can go from there. There's room for both objectives is all I wanted to say here. I think we can get there.
Well, which is one of the reasons we're looking at the historical reasoning behind the weighting and the rationale for the weighting and see if it's still applicable today. But I don't see that, and we can look at historical context. Of course, the lawsuits have been a huge part of school funding in our state history, but I don't want us to get to where we're so focused on playing defense that we're not looking at opportunities for thinking outside of that box and maybe looking at ways we can redirect funding to help our kids do better. Because whether it's the Rose capacities or any objective measure, we are not on the right path. And if that's not right, I wish someone would show me. Because I've looked at every objective measure out there I can find. And we put more money in and we're getting lower results, whether it's test scores or emotional well-being or SEL or mental health. We are pouring more and more money and getting worse results. My only motivation is to make sure that let's take those dollars and put them where we're getting the results that we want for our kids. So, anything else? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not really sure why what I said had that reaction from you, because I am really trying to assume no ill intent. I think you might have read something into what I said that I didn't say. I wasn't really talking about throwing more money at a problem. I did start by saying I want to put kids first. So I just kind of like to level set and just say, I agree with what Representative Hill said. We don't need to make decisions based on who's in power. We really need to sit down and talk about why things are the way they are. And that's all I was really asking for, is a little bit more context when we broach these new subjects, to refresh my memory about the historical legal implications of what was made and why. So if we went down a rabbit hole because of one of my comments, I apologize. That really was all I was trying to say, is that I would just want to make sure that we have a touch tone each time we can with revisers. Thank you.
I know we've spent a lot of time on this, but I do think it's important for us to air this, because it's underlying. We need to get it all out on the table if we're going to truly come together and work and produce the best result that we can that our kids deserve. So anything else? Yes, Representative McDonald.
To that end, I just want to applaud your reasoning and your willingness to let me say what I think. I think that you're right. We do have to talk about these things. But I would just ask that you not assume ill intent or read into things that I've said that I haven't said. Thank you.
Anything else before we move on? Hopefully, we've spent a lot of time on high enrollment. Hopefully low will go quicker because we kind of understand the format and how to look at the information. So hopefully we'll be able to move through that quickly and catch up maybe here on our schedule. But Matthew, we'll turn it back over to you.
Madam Chair, that was all I had, so.
Okay, I guess we can, no, we're not going to adjourn. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on then to an overview of the low enrollment, and I believe that Nick Myers is going to kick that off for us. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, committee, so in front of you, you have a memo on the low enrollment weighting. Again, this provides an overview of the current way that the low enrollment weighting is calculated, and then also a little bit of a historical overview of such weighting. And then also I will kind of brief on a finding and an opinion or a decision upon the low enrollment weighting that was that the Kansas Supreme Court announced in a 1992 school finance case, USD 229 versus the state. So the current low enrollment weighting, this is the weighting we kind of previously discussed that was correlated to the high enrollment weighting. This currently applies to school districts with an enrollment that's calculated, the FTE enrollment, not headcount enrollment, for less than 1,622 students. So any district with less than 1,622 students receives the low enrollment weighting. So to determine this weighting, the enrollment of a district is multiplied by a particular weighting factor. And then in the statute, these weighting factors are determined based on the district's enrollment. So for districts with very, very low enrollment, 99 to 0 students, the weighting factor begins at a 1.014 weighting, which is a 101% weighting for those very low enrollment school districts at essentially less than 100 students. The statute then, as I said, for other districts, it depends, that weighting factor depends on your enrollment. The statute establishes 2 linear transition formulas to determine the particular weighting factor. So one of those formulas applies to districts with an enrollment of 100 to 299.9 students, and the other formula applies to districts with an enrollment of 300 to the top of the low enrollment weighting, the 1,621.9 students. So generally, for those super low districts, the ones with 99 or less students, that's the highest low enrollment weighting factor you can get. And then as you transition with higher enrollments, those weighting factors will decline pursuant to those linear transition formulas. And they'll decline until they essentially hit that high enrollment weighting point. And you can see on page 2 of my memo on this, the chart there that describes the statutory process, the statutory formula to determine the low enrollment weighting factor. And you can see for the districts with less than 100, the weighting factor is prescribed by statute. And then for the 100 to 299.9 enrollment districts, that formula that you see there is the formula that's set forth in statute to determine the weighting factors. And then you can see I've done the math to determine weighting factors for certain school districts. So for example, a district with 150 students is weighted at 88% weighting factor, whereas a district with 250 students gets a 61.6% weighting factor. And then the next linear transition formula works the same way, just a little less, this line isn't quite as steep of a decline downward, and it transitions from 300, an enrollment of 300 to the enrollment of 1,621.9. And you can see the linear transition in that table of how that linear transition of those weighting factors is working all the way down to essentially the high enrollment weighting factor. So as I said, you would take that district's particular weighting factor, which is determined based on their enrollment, and multiply it by their enrollment to determine the low enrollment weighting that a district receives. And then generally if you want to think about it this way, to determine and think about the amount of money that a district would generate based on its low enrollment weighting factor and what they're getting, you would multiply their low enrollment weighting by the base aid amount for that particular school year. I've provided a couple of examples there that you can look at, and so just for your enjoyment. With regard to the historical aspect of the low enrollment weighting the weighting, this, as I said in the last briefing, this was enacted in 1992 as part of the SDF QPA. So this was originally essentially an economies of scale principle. The districts with very low enrollments have higher costs of educating their students. They don't have the economies of scale as larger enrollment districts. And you can see this in footnote 4 in my memo. This is, I kind of tried to summarize what the original law said when it was first enacted. So what they were looking at when they were enacting this is this law prescribed the State Board of Education to establish a schedule amount for each of the districts by preparing a schedule, which is these weighting factors, based on an accepted mathematical formula and derived from the linear transition between the median budgets determined under, so for districts with an enrollment of 75 to 125, they were looking at that median budget per student for those districts, and then they were looking at the median budgets for districts with an enrollment of 200 to 399, and then districts with an enrollment of 1,900 or more. So they were taking these median budgets per student into account, and then establishing these linear transition formulas based on those median amounts expended per student in those districts, essentially a way to determine economies of scale in a mathematical means with this weighting. Just wanted to note there's another chart in my memo that describes the enrollment threshold over the years. And you can see that the enrollment threshold for the low enrollment weighting factor has generally declined over the years, and ending up with the current 1,622 threshold amount. So one final thing, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So in USD 229 versus the state, this was the challenge to the school finance challenge to the SDF QPA, the school finance formula that was enacted in that year, or in 1992. The district court originally held that the low enrollment weighting provision was unconstitutional because the legislature did not have a rational basis for that low enrollment weighting or the distinction that was being made between those school districts at that enrollment threshold. And then when it was appealed to the Kansas Supreme Court, and this is where we get the USD 229 decision, the Supreme Court disagreed, stating plain common sense advises there is a rational basis for the allowance of extra funding for low enrollment situations. And the court found that the absence of scientific evidence at trial, specifically approving or the finding of that 1,899 cutoff, that threshold amount, is not determinative of whether or not the legislature had a rational basis for drawing the line where it did, and concluded that there was a rational basis for the legislature's legitimate objective of more suitably funding public schools and the classifications created in the low enrollment weighting factor. And Madam Chair and members of the committee, that's quite a bit of information about the low enrollment weighting, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Committee, what questions? Senator Gossage.
And forgive me, committee, I was in the employee health benefits meeting that got out around 12:30, and then abruptly in the parking garage had a fender bender. And so I have been taking care of that, so forgive me for being late. So if this question's already been asked, I apologize. But it would be helpful to see, because I have 8 school districts, so I was kind of looking at the 8 school districts, plus I'm a health insurance agent for multiple school districts, so I'm looking at those and thinking, well, they only have 400 employees. Let's see what that looks like. But it would be helpful to know, like, what is the population of these? And I'm looking, did we already discuss these, Madam Chair, or we haven't gotten to those yet?
We have done the high enrollment weighting, and now we're just beginning the low.
Okay, so if I'm looking at that, how can I tell, like, how would they be affected if they didn't receive the high enrollment, what are we calling that? I'm sorry. Weighting, thank you, hard word. Kind of a little shaken. So the weighting for a district with huge enrollment, how can I see how they would be affected, say, if we were to eliminate the high enrollment waiver or weighting?
Yeah, Matthew Willis with KLRD went over some of those charts earlier with regard to the high enrollment weighting.
So we do have them.
We do, and there were some of the questions, I think, with regard to the enrollment and looking at the enrollment of school districts and where to find that on those charts. But we can certainly help with that, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Rooker.
Senator Petty.
So I just want, thanks so much for this presentation. So the low enrollment weighting was then instigated because of the USD 229.
No, I would not say it was instigated. It was challenged. The USD 229 case challenged the SDF QPA. Ultimately, the SDF QPA in 1992, when the legislature passed it, was instigated by a district court decision by Judge, I think, Terry Bullock. And he found that essentially in his district court opinion that the School District Equalization Act, which was the formula that preceded 92, was unconstitutional. And then with that district court decision, the legislature then decided to go ahead and look at, and he had some things about equalizing funding, and at that time lawsuits were education finance lawsuits were kind of going under the Equal Protection Act. So there was some undertones about equalizing monies for different districts of having different financial abilities. So it was the district court decision that spurred the legislature to act and pass the SDF QPA. This was one component of that SDF QPA when it was enacted, and then that USD 229 decision was challenging that whole school finance formula, which ultimately was held as constitutional in the USD 229 case.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Nick? Seeing none, we will move on. I believe next, Jennifer will be presenting on the modeling.
Hello again, task force. Now we are going to talk about the fun low enrollment document that I really wanted to talk about earlier today. So we're going to start with the overview, the 11 by 17. This one is for low enrollment. Just like with the one for high enrollment, it is kind of just a very high level overview of the different documents. We have the current model in green, the model with no low enrollment in pink, the model with the low enrollment funding rolled into base in yellow, and then we have 3 models that are outside of those standard base ones that we were doing. One is low enrollment if it was moved to below 500. One is the one in orange is low enrollment below 1,000 students, and then low enrollment below the 1,900. The low enrollment below 500 was determined based upon the fact that that is the median district. So it would make sense to go ahead and use that. The 1,000 was determined by doubling the number from the 500, and the 1,900 is what it was originally when enacted in 1992. So that's why we have that one on there. So it gives you an idea of if we moved back towards the number of districts that would be under the amount if it was as it had been originally enacted. As Matt talked about, this is specific, all of these models are based off the fact that it is just low enrollment that we are looking at, not high enrollment. We will be happy to provide documents that have, or models that have both high and low enrollments. We just wanted to make sure that we started where everybody could see clearly what exactly was happening when you talked about specific models. So we're happy to go ahead and do ones such as Dr. Harwood has mentioned, where it would be a combination of the low and high. This was just to get you an idea of the models for this to begin with. I do want to mention that we talked about districts that were affected by each of the decisions in the high enrollment side, so I do just want to let you know that when we're talking about the model for under 500, there's 153 school districts that would still be included in under 500. There's 212 under 1,000, 236 under 1,900, which is more than what we have currently, which is 230. That's because the current model is 1,622. So the 1,900 would increase it, which would increase the number of districts that would be able to get low enrollment weightings. So having said all that, we'll go ahead and turn to the actual models. We'll start with the low enrollment model that says no low enrollment weighting, which should be the first one underneath your lovely bright orange sheets. We did try to make sure that we labeled each one of them ahead of time. One of the things we didn't mention earlier that I do want to mention now, in each of these models, you can see in the upper right-hand corner it says Model 1. That is for each of these models. So if you'd like to modify something else within these models, we would then run a Model 2 for you using the same title. But that's to hopefully help in identifying that if you have questions as we move along, you can look at the title of the document as well as the model number, and that would help both when we are referring to them inside the task force meetings, as well as when we're trying to help understand how the models were working and talk you through any questions that you may have, that you'd be able to identify those for us, and we would not spend a lot of time back and forth figuring that information out. In the upper left-hand corner, we did try to also provide, in general, that the colors, what they stand for, that green is what is the current model, the purple would be how we've changed it, and then the yellow is the difference between the two. In the ones that do have where we added it to base, you will see that the base is also listed up there in the upper left-hand corner. So, and then as usual with documents from KLRD, at the bottom we do say that they are from KLRD, where the data came from. In this case, all of our models are reviewed by KSDE ahead of time, just to make sure that we are all working together to make sure that the models work the way that we all understand them to. And then finally, in the bottom left-hand or right-hand corner is when we last updated the model information. So just an overview of the model pages themselves as we work through this. If there are suggestions that you have for how you would like this to be changed in its presentation, we are happy to go ahead and take those as well. Again, this is the first time we're running the models for you for this time around. So if there is something where you're like, we'd like this, we'd like to tweak this, happy to go ahead and continue to do that as we move forward. So, having said all that, the first one, low enrollment weighting with no low enrollment weighting, just deletes the weighting altogether. On the last page, on page 8 of either version of this document, you will see that there is a section that says this model uses the following assumptions, so that you can always see what assumptions KLRD was making when they made their models. For each of these documents, we do make them by both USD and then by weighting by the funding changes for those who lose the most to those who gain the most. So you do have both ways of seeing the document as you are reading through it. If you're looking at the PDF versions, we do bookmark that as well, so you can flip back and forth between the two of them. All of that to say that's standard housekeeping stuff that I just wanted to make sure we got out there here in the first day. So if we eliminate if the task force decides that what they want to do is eliminate the low enrollment weighting in its entirety, that is $232.5 million that is currently used for the low enrollment weighting. So, and that is in the state foundation aid section. There is, in addition to that, underneath the local option budget, an additional $81.1 million that would come out because they would not have the high enrollment weighting to use to get to the total foundation aid numbers, which is how they get to local option budget. So in total, if we remove this, it would be $313.6 million that would be either available to be used elsewhere, if you decided to do a different weighting, if you decided to roll it into base, but that would be what would happen is if we eliminated the low enrollment completely. Do we have any questions on that before I start talking about if we rolled it into base? I know when we were on the high enrollment side, we kind of put those two together.
Director Ricker has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Jennifer, I'm looking at, this is model 1.0, the low enrollment weighting by USD, low enrollment weighting amount added to base with current multipliers. I think what I am perplexed by is we have districts that aren't getting the weighting. They do show increases, which I think is tied to the LOB element. So I think what that creates is a desire to see the effect of both things together, low and high enrollment, in these different variables, because for a particular district that gets high enrollment but not low enrollment, if we were to do both things, adding current multipliers to the base or adding whichever variable we choose, if we're doing the same thing, there is a total effect of these two changes, and it's really hard to isolate and track. So is that a thing we can ask for, is to sort of merge these?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to go ahead. We can run a joint low and high enrollment, and low and high enrollment is probably the one where you're going to see it the most, simply because the two play off each other. We can do those runs a couple of different ways. We can do it, as Dr. Harwood talked about, where if there is a deletion of the high enrollment, how it would affect across the board. If we change the low enrollment, we would need some clarification at that point as to whether or not the task force is looking at creating a central section where there is no weighting or not. But we can run those models, and we will be happy to do so. We just didn't want to compile with 16 different versions on this first round. But yes, we can absolutely run models for you that have both high and low enrollment, so you can look at what the two do together.
At the appropriate time, I think, well, obviously we will get there. I think what caught my eye in looking at the no low enrollment weighting at all, there are districts who do not, none of the columns through column L change on that spreadsheet, but then all of a sudden column N pops up and the computed FY25 model is reduced for a number of districts, which then creates a negative impact to them. And so I think that's where I begin. That's the LOB. So that's where I think we run into questions of, if they weren't participating in that program, then why does it affect the outcome for their calculation? So at some point, I need to understand that, please.
Dr. Harwood.
So just on the high enrollment where I talked about, you could, if you reduce the low enrollment, you could kind of get pretty close to evening things out. That will not work with low enrollment because the low enrollment isn't a set weighting, it's a scale. So it would be pretty close for the largest of the low enrollment, but for the, it'll be a huge impact on the smallest districts. And there's really no way to do that without adding tons to it. So what I try to explain on the high enrollment doesn't work on low enrollment because it's not the same thing. I think to Director Rooker's question is that when you add back to the base, so one of the problems here is the same thing that when you eliminate low enrollment and add to the base, the high enrollment that kept the high enrollment come out farther ahead because they got some of the $232 million just added to the base. Whereas what I was talking about when I misspoke before, that the $64 million that's high enrollment, you subtract the $64 million from the low enrollment and then redistribute the $120 million, that's when it kind of evens out pretty close. But on this one, what happens if you have a high enrollment district that actually ends up in the negative on LOB, it meant that the increase in the base that got multiplied by the high enrollment weighting was somewhat offset by the LOB not increasing as much. And so that then you proportionally lose out of the LOB. It goes back to that same issue we have is that because the base never caught up to the LOB, and it was going to until there was a big year of inflation, which was higher than the Gannon increase. And so, I mean, that's where I think that comes in. I have to track down the everything, but I think that's where it is. Sorry if that was more confusing than. Sorry.
Any other questions at this point?
I guess the big point is you can't you can't eliminate both high and low, add it to the base without significantly having a larger impact on the really small districts, like you can with the high enrollment.
And we haven't talked about this in depth, but I don't know that there's any appetite, nor would I recommend doing away with the low enrollment. I think that makes perfect sense. It's just a matter of what do we want to do with it, if anything, and the implications of that. So, yes, Dr. Harwood.
So I would like to point out that I've, after our last meeting, I've been talking to superintendents, and I will do this again as I start budget workshops next week, is told them this committee needs to see all of the ideas. And so don't start fussing about the idea that we're going to get rid of low enrollment. This committee needs to see what happens if you eliminate low enrollment so you know what the impacts are. So I'm trying to help people understand this committee needs to see as many models as they can so that you can start to figure out what has the biggest impact and what makes sense to shift and what makes sense not to. So I'm trying to get that message out. I can't get it to everybody all at once, but I'll be getting it to a lot in the next month.
Appreciate, just because we talk about it and look at a model doesn't mean that that's the path we're going to take, but it does help us understand. So thank you, Dr. Harwood. Representative Williams.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And for me, all of these runs aren't as crucial because we're not going to eliminate $232 million. But more important to me, we went through, Madam Chair, several months ago, we went through and we looked at different states and different formulas, and we really hit hard on special education. But now I'm trying to specifically look at states that look at, for example, this type of approach. And I'm trying to do ChatGPT, and I'm not seeing very many states that do it. I mean, in my own House district, out of the bigger districts, school districts that are in it, there's only one that has low enrollment weighting. Only one. And we're in a very close to the Wichita Metro. We are in the Wichita Metro. So there isn't the same, it's not like a rural, there's not a scarcity. I mean, do you automatically, when you have 1,622, it costs you less than when you have 1,000? I mean, it really is so arbitrary. It's kind of frustrating going through this and seeing that this is how we give money, and I think it's because it's historically done so. But I would love it if maybe it was already provided for us, but I'm like Pennsylvania does a sparsity size adjustment. And then Minnesota and Oregon have some that related to that. But there is a difference between having 1,000 students right next to the Wichita Metropolitan or Kansas City versus 1,000 out in Goodland in terms of getting work staff and costs and so forth. And it just this whole thing just seems it makes me sad that we ever got here in the first place. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at these two different graphs here, charts, and one says high enrollment weighting by funding change, and so it's by highest to lowest of total adjusted enrollment. And then the next one, they're kind of mixed together. They're not in a particular order. Well, I guess they're in district number order. And it seems that I should be able, if I'm pulling up certain districts, and this one's on the high, would be affected by the high enrollment weighting, but all of the districts are still on here. So some of them say 0 as far as the effect. So if I have some that are on this, that are affected by the high enrollment weighting, say 6 of my 8 districts, then I go over here and I'm not seeing the 6 of the 8 that are receiving 0. So what am I missing?
So you could either receive high enrollment or low enrollment. You cannot receive both. So it is all done based on the numbers. For low enrollment, it is up to the 1621.9. High enrollment is 1622 and above as it stands currently. So once you hit a number, that number puts you in the category that you are in. You can either be high enrollment or low enrollment based on that number. Now with the models that we do changes for, where you see that it's above 1,900 or it's less than 1,900, those models will have different numbers because it is still based on that same number that we're using currently. So if your district has 500 students, it is 500 students no matter what model we're running. But it may change how much money it's getting in those models due to the fact that the model is saying we're moving the amount for low enrollment to 500, or we're moving it up to 500 may stay in no matter what. But if you're at 1,900 and we say we're moving it to 1,900, you may now be in low enrollment and not in high enrollment, which is why we ran both of them starting and stopping at 1,900. So you could kind of see fully across the board, if you ran both at the 1,900 level, what the two would look like combined. But we can put those into one completely. We also do have the ones for the 1,900 here in these runs as ones we have to talk about as well. But the answer is that if you are receiving something in the high enrollment, you should not be receiving the low enrollment unless we change unless the task force changes what exactly the number is, and then you may be in the low enrollment section, not the high enrollment section.
And that would be my understanding. So again, my question is, if a school district is on this first one that says no high enrollment weighting, okay? So it's page 1 and then halfway down page 2. Those would be the districts that are currently receiving high enrollment weighting.
Which number are you looking for? Name one. Just what district?
Oh, I'll just use Basel Linwood as an example, let's say. They are number 458. And Tonganoxie, 464. So 6 of the districts that I'm referring to, 6 of my 8 fall into the high enrollment weighting. They receive high enrollment weighting currently, right? Yes. So if I go to this one that says no low enrollment weighting, and there are some districts that have 0, meaning they should not be included. Some of those districts are not included in the ones that have 0, but they should be, right? I should be able to find all of them that would have a 0?
They should be there.
So each of your documents does have both a by funding change and then by USD. And so you should be able to see your districts on any model we run with the numbers that they would have. And the easiest way to find it is in the USD run. Okay. Because that would be able, since it's numerically, it's just easier to find.
Do we have a USD run for low enrollment as
They
well?
do. We have stapled them together,
They're
so
stapled together. Okay, thank you.
it's halfway back, starts
Okay,
the
thank you.
USD run. So at the top of the page, you can see it says by funding change or USD run. Most of them, when we stapled them together, we put with USDs in the front. For high enrollment weighting by funding change with no weighting, we reversed it for some reason. So I apologize for the confusion on that. But yes, you should always, if you have school district, well, we all have school districts within where we live, but you should be able to find any school district in the state of Kansas on any of these models. We include all of them to ensure that you can see what it is across the board, to make sure that if there is a district that you see that there is no change to, you can know that. And then if there is a change, you can see that no matter what. So every district is included in every model run. I believe that answers the question.
Anything else before we proceed? Seeing none, you may proceed.
Madam Chair, I do want to clarify something that Representative Williams said, that you were discussing a sparsity model. Is that what you're looking for, is specifically a sparsity model in the same venue as Pennsylvania, or? Okay, just want to make sure that when what we're providing is what we're looking for here. So we have talked a little bit about the no enrollment. We talked a little bit about adding it to base. Again, just like as we talked about with high enrollment, what we did is we took the total number for the state foundation aid, and then that was for that model. So a little off here, and I don't know why. That money, and then divided it out by the number of FTEs. So as you can see in the top left-hand corner for this model, we're saying that the base increases from 5,378 to 5,749, and that is then used as the base across the board. That is higher than the LOB foundation aid number, so it does change the LOB numbers as well for this model alone. So this is the only model, when we talk about adding to base, this is the only model of the different runs for each of them where the base becomes higher, so the local option budget number changes as well. So that can also sometimes affect, when you look at exactly how it's affecting local option budget, because the number is changing, it can increase or the number overall in that way as well. Outside of these two, we did, as I said, the low enrollment under 500. For that amount, we still use, when we talk about under 500, we did not change this to a single weighting. We left it at the weighting thresholds. So it's less than 100, 100 to 300, and then 300 to 500. So it is, when we talk about adjusting it, none of the adjustments remove that stepped layered process. It includes the stepped layered process, just changes what the final number is that we're saying at the end of that process. So for less than 500, it'd be just under, or just over, just under $99.7 million in state foundation aid as a difference, for a total difference when we include local option budget of $141.2 million. Again, the 500 deals with, that's the median district in the state of Kansas. So if you were going from the median and saying that would be what you're considering for low enrollment, that's where the 500 comes in for. There is also the 1,000 and the 1,900 that we have here. I'm happy to talk through either of those, or I'm happy to go ahead and let the discussion points move on from here. But
does anyone want her to walk through those, or do we think we've kind of got the lay of the land and how to look at those, and it may take a little bit more time just to go through and absorb that? That's what I'm kind of sensing at this point. Senator Petty.
I just like if Jennifer could walk through one, and that would be, I was looking at the low enrollment weighting by USD, no low enrollment weighting amount added to base with current multipliers. That's the printout I'm looking at. And I picked out District 224, which is Washington County, Clifton, Clyde. So Jennifer, would you mind just going across there? And then I think as you explain it, that might answer some of my questions without me asking anything.
Sure. So as with all of our models, we have tried to put a column up top so that you can be referencing those with us as we go along. Columns A through D are just the characteristics for the USD, but column D, I do want to point out again, it does have the total adjusted enrollment. That is not headcount. That is enrollment, or that is adjusted enrollment, but it does give you a better idea of the number of students before we start getting into weighted FTEs. Column E talks about in the current system, there is a total weighting, or total weighted FTE for USD 224 of 605.8 weighted FTEs. Column F talks about that there is a low enrollment weighted FTE for this district of 145.6. Column G is what they're currently getting in total state foundation aid, which is just under $3.3 million. Column H is what if we added the amount to base and removed low enrollment weighting, that would be what their state foundation aid would be. So instead of the $3.3 million, you'd be looking at $2.6 million. And that $2.6 million comes from a reduced weighted FTE multiplied by the purple base of 5,749. The difference is in column I, so you can see that for this district, it's a negative of $635,000. Then we move from the state foundation aid section into the weighting section for the low enrollment. So for here, you can see that the District 224 gets, in column J, it gets $783,000 for their low enrollment weighting. And then in this model, we have taken that out, so there is $0 for that, and that model difference is in L, so it's a negative $783,000. Then we see in the next section of the table, we talk about the local option budget. My paper slid. So currently, in column M, it is a little grayish green, so I apologize for the way that our printers came out, but the grayish green color is all current, and so that's $1.1 million that they are currently getting in LOB funding. That's total. And then the model, column N would be what the model would have for the computed LOB, which is $846,000. I do want to pause here for a second. Every LOB gets to adopt their final numbers. And so there are different districts who adopt a lower LOB. We are choosing for the purposes of these models not to look at something that is lower than the computed, so that you have an idea computed to computed. But LOBs do have the option to adopt their budgets, and so it does not have to be the exact same dollar as the computed amount. But to make it as apples to apples in the models versions, the computed is what we're using here. So in case somebody's listening and they know exactly how much is in this LOB budget this year and they're like, that's not quite right, it is because we're using the computed amounts to make sure that we're trying to stay as apples to apples as possible when we talk about the different models. So the model difference there is in column O, so you see that's a negative $216,000. Column P adds up column I and column O, which is the total difference in both state foundation aid and computed LOB, which gets us to the $851,865. And the reason it does that is because we take the state foundation aid and the computed local option budget. So the section J through L is removing the weighting, but because we have added and increased the base, there is still more money, and so we want to go, so the model goes off of state foundation aid, not off of the weighting. The weighting is just giving you an idea of specifically how much would be for that weighting. So when you're looking at column P, you are looking at the combination of column I and column O. And then column Q is the total difference as a percentage. So if we took column P and divided it by column M and column G, that gives you that percentage.
Thank you. So this District 224, they, with this model, they now would have, they would have 20% less
That is
budget.
correct.
That's
Between the two. Yes,
between
that
those
is
two.
correct.
And so that column P is a combination that you said of I and O. And what happened with the low enrollment weighting? Haven't they lost that too?
So this is low enrollment weighting. There is no low enrollment weighting, so the model difference from the current, the section J through L would be that they have lost that model. However, because we rolled the total number of the 227 million into the base and then divided it by the total number of FTE students, we added money to the base to get to the 5,749. So the money was removed from every district, but not every district will end up with the same amount back in because the weighting for that is now gone. So it's, if my district loses 10 kids, I lose 10 FTE, and even though the base goes up by $30, I'd only get it for the students I have. Whereas if another area was getting 20 FTE for it, they were getting that weighting before, they've now lost those 20 students in their weighted FTE count that we're using to calculate. So the total weighted FTE drops because we lose the weighting.
Okay, so in reality, all of these school districts, I mean, they're being impacted even more than that 20% that's reflected in column Q because of the change in the weightings. Is that correct?
Well, so every school district is being impacted that has, well, every school district is being impacted because the base increases. So every school district gets an impact, no matter what. So as it stands in this model currently, anything with high enrollment did not lose anything because they still have the high enrollment as it was, but they got an increase in their base, so they will be getting more money due to the fact that their weighting number hasn't changed. So there are school districts that are increasing in funding total overall because in this version of the model, we are only looking at low enrollment. So there are some that do increase, there are some that decrease, but all of them are impacted by this due to the fact that the base goes up.
Thanks for going through that, Jennifer.
Dr. Harwood.
I think something that might help is if you look at, when you take away the entire low enrollment for that district, they lose 24%. So 24% of their budget is because they have low enrollment weighting. When that $260 million, the $230 million gets added back into the base, now they only lose 20%, so they gain 4%. Now, you would think that, well, if you put the money back into the base, why would they lose so much money? Because that district is so small and such a large part of their overall budget is tied up in low enrollment weighting, the increase to the base doesn't come close to making up the difference. And so the smaller you are, the bigger the impact. The large districts actually come up way ahead because now they got a share of that $232 million that they used to not get a share of. And that's just because of the way the model ran when you just get rid of the one and add it back in. If you were at like 1,600 students, you were probably closer to even because what went back into the base, you're probably still low because the big districts got some of the money, but you lost you lost a lot less when it went back in the base than you did before.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to kind of clear up the mystery about the districts I was looking at. I was showing Matthew, it is Eudora. That is in both lists. So it looks like they would be harmed in low enrollment and harmed in high enrollment. I think it should be just high enrollment only. The other question that I had, oh, and by the way, when I was saying 8 school districts, 8 towns, 7 school districts. So it looks like 6 of the 7 of mine would be in the high enrollment. And can you tell me, Madam Chair, the discussion before I came, because it looks like I walked in more on the low enrollment, regarding these districts and the high enrollment weighting. And no, we talked about, I'm sure they discussed the history of that, but what are we thinking at this point, or are we? Have we given any thought to eliminating or changing that high enrollment weighting?
We have, and that conversation started, if you recall, at our last meeting, and I'm actually going to call on Dr. Harwood because I think he does such a great job of succinctly explaining, you know, if we do away with high enrollment, how that impacts low enrollment and kind of where we landed, I believe, at the end of that discussion. So if you don't mind, Dr. Harwood, just repeating that very
Thank you,
succinct
Madam Chair.
explanation. Yes.
So the issue we show with when you eliminate the high enrollment, with the model that KLRD did, they eliminated high enrollment but didn't change low enrollment. If you eliminate high enrollment and then also reduce low enrollment by the same amount and then add it back to the base, you actually even out that differences, and so the high enrollment districts don't get harmed. There's still some difference because of weightings, and I talked a little bit about the more dependent you are on weightings, actually the better an increase in the base is for you, but it evens that out. So it's the same amount of money being, you can eliminate high enrollment and redistribute the funds really closely to the way they are being distributed now by lowering low enrollment. You can't eliminate low enrollment and redistribute it evenly because not every district is impacted the same. High enrollment is the same ratio for every single district. So it's just like adding it to the base anyway, as long as you also adjust low enrollment so that you don't benefit the small districts at the expense of the large districts.
So I guess it begs the question, is it just basically we're not really changing much? I mean,
There is a way that you could eliminate high enrollment, adjust low enrollment, and there would be very little difference to districts. Because of weightings, it would be a little bit because you weight, but the committee could go back at the end and just tweak other weightings to make it all come together. But the way high enrollment works, it was a way to raise the base for large districts without raising the base. And so there is a way to stop that if one of the goals is to simplify the formula without really impacting how money is being distributed. There is a way to do that.
very interesting. Thank you so much.
Yes, and that is one of the goals, I think, is to simplify the formula. And we have 11 weightings now. Is there a way that makes more sense in how we're distributing that and simplify it without harming districts? So, Senator Petty.
So this is just a follow-up question to that. So Frank, when you're talking about the high enrollment weighting and that it could be redistributed, are you talking about it could be redistributed among the high enrollment weighting districts? Or are you talking about it redistributed throughout because with high and low? I'm not sure.
So the reason that you have to lower the low enrollment weighting as well is so that you actually take the same amount of money from the low enrollment schools and then you redistribute that statewide, and it works out. Because it's the high enrollment weighting is about 3.5%. So if you lower each of the low enrollment weightings by 3.5%, that's the same amount of base that they were getting before, and so it distributes the same way. So yes, there is a way to redistribute the same amount of money without an extra weighting.
Thank you, Dr. Harwood. You just say it so much clearer than, I don't want to muddy it up here. Okay, anything else before we move on? Jennifer?
Madam Chair, I just have one more thing I want to mention, and then I am good to sit down and let you all continue to have this lovely conversation. The low enrollment weighting with the less than 1,900 with the current multipliers does increase. It's the only one of the models for the low enrollment that does increase in state foundation aid and local option budget. And that is because, again, we'd be moving it from 1,622 to 1,900. And the way that this model's run, it's with the current multipliers as they stand. And so therefore, more schools would be able to get the low enrollment. If that is something you are looking at, you will want to consider that in conjunction with the high enrollment, since the high enrollment is factored in at 1622 as well.
Any other questions for Jennifer before we open it up for discussion? Seeing none, thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate it. So now we'll move to discussion. This one may be a little bit more in depth. I do sense and I agree that doing away with low enrollment weighting does not make sense. There is obviously additional costs associated with smaller districts that have, overhead. They have a, fixed costs that they need to meet. And if they don't have that weighting, then that just makes it impossible for them to operate. But my question is the rationale behind where we draw that threshold, and what sense does that make, to set the threshold? What districts really do? What expenses do they? Maybe they need, certain size districts need more, certainly need less. To Representative Williams' point, you've got a district of 500 out in western Kansas that is far removed and maybe has to pay more for staff to get them to go there versus a district that's 10 miles from Wichita. You have a bigger pool to draw from. So those considerations, can we pinpoint more accurately to get the resources more allocated to the districts based on that? So that's where I kind of think maybe our discussion needs to go. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would point out that two of the districts within my district, school districts, like Basehor Linwood, for example, Bonner Springs, Edwardsville, these are towns and former separate districts that joined together. We see that around the state. Has this been reevaluated as to you're going to need to join with a local district if you are too small? And I don't mean to open a can of worms, because I know people are like, we need our high school. I mean, I went to elementary school in Kincaid with a 2-room elementary school. So is there a measuring stick that says if your district is this small, you're going to receive funding from the state, additional funding, you need to join with another district? I'm just asking. I don't know.
To my knowledge, those conversations, I'm looking to the chairs of our colleagues on the House side, have not happened, at least on the Senate side, other than I do think there's been some conversations around consolidation of services, like administrative services. But beyond that, we haven't. But this is the time for this group to like Dr. Harwood said earlier, put all conversations on the table around that and what makes sense for those low enrollment districts. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This whole topic I think is really interesting, and a lot of changes have happened. A lot of structural changes in our nation. We can do things remotely that we couldn't do before. We can be parts of buying groups, et cetera, et cetera. One of the things I think, though, and I come from, and I have to say this really cautiously, but I come from a district that has a multitude of school districts, and they're all quite small in one county. And, I wonder if population density is a better determinant of the cost differential in educating students than it is just district size. Because you can take a county that has quite a few people in it, a fairly high density of population, and have, because of whatever reason, You know, usually it's historical reasons why these school districts were established to start with and are maintained. And that's fine if patrons are willing to support that, but I think maybe from the state, we should look at it more from a population density rather than a school size.
Which I think there's precedent for that from other states. To me, there's a big difference between a district that's 300 and is the only district in western Kansas in the county that serves, you know, anywhere within a reasonable distance. That's different to me than a district of 300 that's, like I said, 10 miles from Wichita. So are those factors that we need to consider, Dr. Harwood?
So this is a little bit back to Senator Gossage. There is not, because we had to look at it quite a bit last year, a trigger where a district is no longer considered viable, other than there is a state board regulation that a building that has less than 10 students is not eligible to be accredited. And so we actually had one district this year get to that, Healy, and they are, in a month, they will no longer be a district because they're disorganizing. But that disorganization was voluntary. The current setup is from 1966 when the legislature at that time said that for a district to be a school district, you had to have either 400 students or 200 square miles. And so they set up 106 committees to figure out where they were going to be. It was one for every county, and Johnson County had 2. And so from that, they came up with, I don't remember how many districts there were, but it hasn't changed a lot since then. Since that time, there has been, the legislature at different times has tried to incent consolidation by allowing them to keep the low enrollment waiting for a longer period of time. There's a little bit of that now. So the legislature has done different things at different times, but a little bit to Representative Hill's point, the topic of consolidation has been a difficult one for the legislature to do. So currently, we have some very small districts that are geographically small and small in population. And then we have other districts. I mean, we have one district that has 71 students, but over 700 square miles. And so it's, how do you make them, you know, what do you do with that? So to Senator Erickson's point, we heard about several different models. Some are sparsity, which is student density. There was another one about isolation. I think that was Arkansas. I think that was more, you know, with mountains and rivers, can you actually get from point A to point B? I think that's a point of it. California has a small by choice situation where they do treat districts differently if they're geographically small with small populations versus geographically large. I can't think, maybe it's Oklahoma that it was, had to do with how far away the next high school was. And then that triggered whether or not you were eligible for low enrollment waiting. So there are a lot of models, and KLRD, the 10-mile one is going to be more difficult. Density is really easy because we already have that for transportation. There are a lot of models. I think that what KLRD would need is tell us what you want to see, and we can put together anything you want to see, basically. So I think those are great conversations to have, understanding that if you do something with sparsity, there will be pushback from some of the districts that would then lose low enrollment weighting, which would then, although not requiring consolidation, would probably put them on a path that financially there wasn't another choice. So, and that's just the history of consolidation, and some of it has been very practical. We get all the time about if you close our school, you'll kill our town. My position on that is that the school is a reflection of the community. If the community was vibrant, the school would be growing. The problem is a lot of times the school is the last thing. So communities rightly try to hold on to that as long as they can. We've got another district that has the Southern Cloud. The school board has already decided that next year will be their last year because they had to close their high schools. And as soon as they close their high schools and start cooperative agreements for high school, people figure out, well, if my kids are already going there for high school, why don't we get them going there sooner, and you lose enrollment even faster. So those are some of the things that are playing out in some of our rural communities if there is a viable option close by. If there's not a viable option close by, my opinion is we need to figure out how do we fund those schools so they can provide an adequate, a good education for the students, even though they're really small, because the way Kansas works, we need people to live there because a lot of the Kansas economy is based on agriculture, which tends to be sparsely populated, more so now than it was even in 1966. And so I think that's part of what we have to do is talk about how do we support the districts that are small because they have to be? And then I think legislatively, it's a question of, do we continue to pay for districts that probably are small by choice? And that will not be a popular thing to talk about. And I'm sure that will come back to haunt me soon when I start talking to superintendents.
Well, I've never been one to win a popularity contest, so that doesn't worry me. But to that point, though, doesn't it make sense to differentiate that district that has so few students, but it is within 700 square miles, like you said? To me, they should be getting more low enrollment weighting, more because of the costs associated with running that district out there than one that chooses to be small, that's closer and doesn't have the associated costs. I mean, everything, it just makes sense to me based on the cost of running that district and no viable option. They should be getting more funding to keep that school. And others that are doing it by choice should be getting less. So that's my opinion. It makes sense based on the need of the kids, but you're right. This isn't going to be popular, but is it the right thing to do for students in those districts? That's the question. Senator Gossage.
Just a quick follow-up on my original question. Could I ask him to repeat the 400 students and how many miles?
It was 400 students in 200 square miles.
200. Thank you, madam.
Yes, Dr. Ninswander.
So I think it, when we think choice to be small, I think it might be worth looking into, how can a district choose to be small? And what are those things? Because there's a lot of small districts in Northeast Kansas that are struggling with enrollment going down, and it's not by choice. So I think it might be worth looking at, are there things in our formula that allows someone to be small by choice? Because I'm just sitting here as we're having this conversation. I was at a meeting with 8 other school districts in Northeast Kansas last week, and they're all struggling with how to balance budgets because enrollments are going down, and they would love to see it the other way. So I think it might be worth looking at, is there something that allows someone to be small by choice? And that the funding formula, I'm just trying to think, might be worth something for us to look in or look into, if there's something that is a tool that allows the district to control their enrollment, if that makes sense. Because I just heard, if a district is choosing to be small, it might be worth looking at, well, how are they going about making that choice? Is it something that the board's doing? Is it something that might be worth looking at and saying, well, hey, that's not, because I know they can't, in our district, we can't control, we don't have enough housing. But that's kind of a county thing that they're trying to, so it just might be something to look at.
Okay, I do know that there have been districts that have been creative, and I know you're all familiar with this, but some communities are like, okay, we can't all have an elementary, middle, and high school. So this community is going to have the elementary, that community is going to have the middle, and that community is going to have the high school. So, they still have a school, but they spread it out so they're not all supporting all three, perhaps. But I have Representative Williams, then Representative Estes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to highlight and give an actual example from our formula that shows it is actually inequitable. Inequitable. Now, I know we went through the Gannon and there was the equity and adequacy and they ruled that it was, but they cannot possibly get into the weeds of every single community. So I looked back at my 4 main schools in my 77 House district. There's actually 2 low, 2 high, and of the 2 low, I'll use one as an example. They get $529,733 for having 350 less students than a high enrollment that gets $366,000. So what that means is the one that is barely low, gets about 150,000 more for 350 less students, and it's closer to Wichita than the other one. So it is literally getting more money for less students closer to Wichita because of that formula, because of just a handful of students. It's inequitable. It does not mean that it's more expensive to educate the one district versus the other district. One district has an inequitable amount of money because of this formula, and it's all because of this high enrollment and where we do it, and it's arbitrary, and we really do need to be thinking about what it really is intended to do. Thanks.
Representative Estes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I wish I had a better history of why the numbers that were picked and understand what the reasoning was at the time, because 1,621.9 is our magic number, and you're either high or you're low, which makes me kind of wonder what happened to Goldilocks just right. What was the rationale for saying every district needed to be one or the other? I do know that we do have a little extra, we have a different process for the 100 to 299 category, and it makes me wonder if we kind of need to tier some of the low enrollment for the different scenarios that exist. It's interesting when we get into the small by choice conversation as well, because some districts are just going to be small because of the size that you'd have to go to get them to be a larger district. So I don't know. I really wish we had a rationale that was based on cost to say this is where we need to draw the lines, and this is the amount of funding or the amount of weighting that it would take to help make up that cost difference.
Director Rooker, and then, I'm sorry, I can't see down there very well, and then Board Member Porter.
I think we do have an analysis of cost of living, wage differential, and the various costs associated with where a district is located in the state, in the Lori Taylor study that was delivered to the legislature in 2017.
Was that used in setting these numbers?
It certainly was part of the committee process, yes. We had joint committee hearings between House and Senate. It was House K-12 budget, Senate education. Dr. Taylor delivered the findings. We also heard from the researchers who did the peer review study that validated the findings. And then we had opportunity to dig into the meaning of her report in terms of different funding scenarios. And our staff could produce all of this detail for this committee, which might be important. There were different scenarios based on the Kansans Can, actually the ESSA plan that was submitted to the federal government, all of the goals in that plan, we received information about what it would take to maintain, what it would take to reach the aspirational goals. There were different scenarios provided to us, and we chose as a legislative decision collectively, the choice was to fund kind of the basic plan to maintain to get us to, remember the buying power we achieved in 2023 with the full realization of that remedy equates to what we would have had in 2009 adjusted forward for inflation. So it's kind of the maintenance of effort plan that was chosen. There are other dollar amounts that would have been required to achieve the goal of achieving the outcomes. And she tied, in the study, she did a really nice job of tying the two together. So I've got it in my files. I'm sure it's an artifact that research and revisers can pull for the committee that we could take a look at. There's a slide deck, there's an FAQ kind of memo that was done, and then there's the full study itself and the peer review.
Thank you.
I'm going to wait for a more appropriate time, so take me off.
Okay. So before we have a little break here, so what I'm hearing is let's give staff what it is we want to see. And what I'm hearing is we want to see some differentiation as far as proximity. And it would be interesting to see a map of how many of those, to me, the low enrollment districts are and how close they are in proximity to other towns and cities. I'd just like to kind of see that plotted on a map and get an idea of that. And then maybe take a look at to Dr. Ninswander's part about, are there things in our formula that allow us to be small by choice? What else am I missing? Yes, Representative Williams.
Again, I know we're having our own unique plan, but nothing's really new under the sun. So again, looking at those other formulas, how many of them are actually giving something for rural or sparsity versus just this number? And I think there's a huge difference between the two methodologies.
And that to me is the purpose of looking at the map, to see which ones are that sparsity map. Yeah. Yes, Board Member Porter.
Yeah, it may be appropriate because it's sort of off the subject, but many years ago, the school district where I was superintendent is in a county with 3 schools, 3 relatively small schools. And so the boards of education of those 3 schools got together and decided we're very happy with our elementary school. They're big enough to be functional. We're very happy with our middle schools. They're big enough to be functional. But if we combine the high schools, we would be able to provide many more opportunities for kids. And that was our discussion. Of course, that's highly politicized, and we did not continue because there was not a mechanism where we could tax all 3 districts for one high school. So perhaps we need to have a discussion so that if people want to voluntarily come together and do what's best for kids, there might need to be a taxing mechanism that allows that to happen.
A great point. And what would that look like? So let's add that to our list of potential solutions, because if we're going to do this, we've got to give them the tools in order to do it if they voluntarily want to. So, yes, Dr. Ninswander.
So I know they're already trying to figure out how to do what we're asking, but it was brought up. It would be nice to see, a district of 500 that's in a county by itself versus a district in 500, which is right outside of Shawnee County, that's competing against much higher teacher salaries. Homes are much more expensive. So just the difference between when we talk about location, not just size, but cost of living, to try and recruit, because they are two completely different economies of scale, even though they're the same size. And I don't know how, when you look at cost of living in counties as opposed to, at the same time, I'm a district in a county that's 35 miles, 40 miles away from the next metropolitan. That in itself is a huge challenge.
Well, and to your point, Dr. Ninswander, I live in Wichita. Even though that's, the largest city in the state, way different than Johnson County, even though they're both large metropolitan areas. Those factors you just described are way different. So it's not just size. There are other factors that play here. Representative McDonald, did you have a?
Sure. I was curious about the Lori Taylor study, if there's like a part of it we could weed out to just really focus on, if it did kind of address some of that already, since that's something that's already been generated, that might be worth having a conversation.
Anything else that we need to capture for staff? Or staff, do you have questions to clarify what we're asking for from you? Senator Gossage.
I would just say I like the idea of the map that you mentioned. I think if that's one thing that they could put together, because as I'm looking through the attendance in these schools, I'm seeing some school districts with 70 kids, and some with 80 kids. And I'm like, where are these school districts and are they near each other? This would all be helpful for us to know. Thank you.
Jennifer, did you have a question?
I just want to be clear. So you're looking for a map that shows what the current number of students on a gradation, so that you'd be able to see it across the state. But then you're also wanting a different map. I just want to make sure that I'm getting all the maps that we're talking about here.
A different map that?
I just want to make sure I'm not missing that there is a second map that we're supposed to be producing. So
I don't
is the
believe
map
so.
are we still just talking about one map that is basically,
Yes.
here is the number of students in a school district within specific ranges?
That was my thought, but Dr. Harwood.
So I think you could look at a color-coded map that is first by just student population, and you could color-code it as a gradation, and then do a second one by student density. And I think those tell a different picture just from where things are. For Dr. Ninswander's map, it's not going to be quite that objective, but I think it was looking at, and I don't know if you can get from what we've just talked about, can you look at those two maps and put together what you're talking about, are that the small districts near large metropolitan areas. And I kind of like to, after hearing Dr. Ninswander, go back and say, I don't know of any district that is choosing to lose enrollment. So I want to restate that. They're not small because they choose to. I think the question is that besides being small, is there another choice to make? And that is a community decision that is very difficult, and I understand that. So that's partly what I was talking about more than anything. But I think between those two maps, you can kind of see the difference in population density and then just student numbers that might help paint some of the picture. And then the other thing I was going to say is that I would be in favor of giving KLRD staff the leeway to look at some of the other models of low enrollment funding from other states. Pick a couple that are closest to what we've talked about and then recreating those models. Otherwise, what you get into is that we could say, well, keep the same low enrollment model, but we're going to say below this number of square miles, it doesn't count. I think that's going to be very arbitrary when we do that. But if we have them just pick a couple of those models that we have data to recreate those for us, I think that would get us a long ways towards just how some of these different things work.
Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of the memos that we received from Dr. Taylor, and one of the questions that she responded to, because we received this study, we as legislators were allowed to formulate questions, and then she came in and did a presentation. So the second question here is, what is the size threshold of a school district at which costs begin to increase? And the response in this is that costs begin to increase at 1,464 students. There's a whole set of questions here. What factors are included in the economies of scale index, which is a thing that the report includes. She deals with population density. She deals with comparable wage index features across the state and different geographic areas. It can be very costly to, I mean, you all know this, to attract staff to a remote area costs a whole lot more. We've been talking about that. It also can be costly to attract staff in Johnson or Sedgwick, where property values are higher and the cost of living is higher. So this is a really detailed analysis that is getting at the data that you all are seeking. It's been done. I mean, obviously 2017-18 is a little bit stale in terms of current values of things, but I think the principles in this report are worthwhile and still credible, given the depth of analysis that went into it. She reviewed the efficiency of our school districts, and describes the factors that went into that analysis as well. She found our districts in Kansas to be highly efficient because they have had to figure it out and learn to be. So when you have the examples that we hear all the time of, well, you know, yes, we are a small district, but our superintendent is also the principal who's also teaching in a classroom and driving the team to the game after class and shoveling the sidewalks before school starts. That becomes the kind of efficiency, the service centers that deliver services and those types of models that help districts cope with the challenges of being spread all across the state. She's got these factors. I would be happy, I have hard copies, I've got some computer files, I probably have the full study in the office, but again, this is part of the legislative record, so I am sure staff could provide it. I can show you guys what I have with me as a starting point.
Representative Estes, and then we are going to take a break. So for those of you waiting for that break, and then Representative Hill, quickly.
Just when I think of what Dr. Harwood and Dr. Neinswander had to say, I think we're talking about categories of you are circumstantially small, you are declining with no options, and you are declining with options. And those deserve to get looked at differently. I think that's what you guys might be saying.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is maybe a whole new can of worms that we'll probably get into at some point in time, but we also need to look at whether there's reasons to be small or large academically. I mean, is student performance different for different sizes of districts, different sizes of schools? And, you know, if our focus is really to improve education, that probably needs to be brought into the mix too, to what is the ideal size? Is there an ideal size? Is there, you know, so those things are important too.
Agree, and I know there are districts, large districts, that have chosen to have 2 4A size schools rather than 1 6A, and then there's Derby who decides to have 1 huge high school. So yes, and so, you know, those are local decisions, but are there optimal sizes that improve student outcomes? So with that committee, just so you know, we are not cutting discussion short. Tomorrow we have all afternoon for discussion, so we can certainly bring all this back up, and maybe I'm not saying staff is going to have everything we've requested from today, but we can get any updates that they may have for us as we discuss tomorrow afternoon. But is everyone okay with a 10-minute break? We do want to have a presentation on transportation waiting to segue into our work tomorrow. So 10 minutes, 3:20. Thank you. Getting back together here in just a moment. Okay, let's start gathering back and. There's a lot going on, lots of stuff going on. I don't know about anybody else, but I had to check on potential flooding back home. All kinds of stuff going on. So we're going to try to finish up this last bit and get people out. And so, yeah, plenty of time and hopefully beat some of that 5 o'clock traffic on these roads and get home safely. And I might be afraid to leave. So we're going to now transition to transportation. And so we wanted just to front load for tomorrow the information on that. That is a big topic to cover. And so we're going to end today with presentations on the transportation waiting. And we'll begin with Nick Meyer from the Revisor's Office.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And again, committee or task force members, I've got a memo that covers the current transportation waiting and then a historical overview of the waiting. And then also, I'm going to, at the end of the memo, it summarizes the other statutory requirements that are imposed upon school districts with regard to what students they are required to transport pursuant to statute. And I want to make note that the transportation waiting piece and the requirements to transport certain students, this doesn't involve special education. So this is only involving the transportation waiting. Special education transportation is a separate item. So the current transportation waiting is established in the Kansas School Equity Enhancement Act. It's at KSA 725148. This is determined using a statutory formula that's based on a district's density of transported students relative to the total area of the school district. So the following steps are used to determine the transportation weighting, and you can see these in my memo. So the first step is to determine the district's transportation density value. So to determine the school district's transportation density, the number of transported students, so this is the density value, the number of transported students should be divided by the school district's square mileage. And you'll see in my memo, and just for your attention as members of the legislature and others, my memo does state that the total area of school districts in square miles is divided by the number of transported students. That is not a density figure. That is not the correct way to do it. That is what the statute does say, though. But I will note, and I want to say that was not the legislative intent in 2018 to have the square miles divided by the number of transported students. The legislative intent was to retain the density calculation, students divided by square mileage. So make one note of that as a potential change in the transportation formula to get the density calculation corrected in statute. So you determine the school district's transportation density. That's, again, students divided by square miles. And you can see in my memo, the statute defines transported students. And these are the number of students included in the enrollment of the school district from the preceding school year who resided 2.5 miles or more from the school via the usually traveled road, and for whom the district made transportation available. And I want to note that this formula only calculates funding for residents of the school district. Non-resident students, even if a district is providing transportation, are not included.
I can't find what you're looking at, so.
What Matt was, and Jenny, was the transportation memo passed out?
Yeah, does everyone have it, the memo he's, okay.
Thank you. Okay, so the next step, after you determine a school district's transportation density, you determine the per capita allowance amount. And you'll see in my memo on page 2 that the per capita allowance amount chart is there. Okay, sorry, Madam Chair, I heard a beeping out in the hallway as if we were
It's either
getting
a
a warning.
tornado
But
siren or someone's hearing aid, I'm not sure which.
we didn't get it in this room. I would assume we would get it in this room as well, but
Okay, all right, we'll proceed unless we get some other
it's
indication.
some notification. Thank you. So you determine the school district's per capita allowance amount. And this chart was placed in the statute, as I'm going to talk about, in 2018. And you can see the density figure range, so your students divided by your square mileage, and that would develop your density figure range for your particular school district, and then the amount of money that you would get per of those transported students. So you look at this chart, and then you determine that amount that would be provided to that school district for the number of transported students. And then in step 3, so essentially your transported students times that applicable per capita allowance amount. In step 3, then there's an inflationary adjustment, and I'll describe kind of why this inflationary adjustment is in this formula the way it is here in just a second. But this inflationary adjustment states that you take the base aid amount for school year 2018 and 19, or you divide the current year's base by the base aid amount for school year 2018-19. So that gives you essentially an amount of 1 point for this year. I think it was around 1.29. So adjustment by 29% increase. The reason that this is built into the formula the way it is, and I'll touch on it later too, is that the prior transportation formula used to look at all school district expenditures from the prior year for providing transportation. And as you went through each year, those expenditures presumably increased based on inflationary measures and other measures. And so with this chart, once this chart was put into place, this chart set these per capita allowance amounts essentially at a specific year of expenditures. So I believe these year's expenditures were set based on, I think, 2017-18 transportation expenditures. So this formula then adds an inflationary adjustment to account for increased transportation costs rather than just looking at the prior year's expenditures as the prior formula did. Once you gather that total amount, so the per capita allowance amount times your transported students, times that inflationary adjustment that's provided in the statute, you then determine the transportation weighting. So that amount provides you essentially the amount of money that a school district's going to get under the transportation weighting, but then you divide by the base to get the actual weighting. When in the formula, then you would go on to multiply by the base to get back to that amount. There is a funding cap in the statute. So step 5, if it's necessary, the district will get a funding cap. So the amount of funding that is provided to the district via the transportation weighting cannot exceed 110% of the school district's expenditures for the preceding school year. And if it does, the transportation weighting needs to be adjusted accordingly to hit that 110% threshold cap there. I've provided a couple of examples there, or one example there. Let's see. 2 examples there for you to look at if you would like to. These examples are dividing your transported students by the square mileage as it was intended, and then kind of showing how that works from there. So, and I've kind of briefly touched on the historical part of this transportation weighting, but this very first transportation funding formula, the one that we're at now, is based on the historical model. And the very first transportation funding formula was enacted in 1965, and this formula, essentially, this same formula with some adjustments through the years, but nothing that I felt like I needed to just hammer. I didn't feel like the committee needed to know every single minor adjustment throughout the years, but just know that this formula was used for nearly 50 years during such time to determine transportation funding. So there was a prior transportation funding formula. And then in 2018, as I said, the legislature replaced it with that kind of schedule that you see there that I have placed the image in the memo. So under this prior transportation formula, I'm just going to briefly kind of describe it. It's a little more complicated than my steps, but these are kind of generalized statements about how this the prior transportation funding formula worked. So as I said, the first step was to determine total transportation expenditures from the preceding school year in each school district. And then using those transportation expenditures, the formula required a per student cost of transportation in each school district to be determined. It then kind of made a few adjustments based on where the student's residency was, and then subtracted that out of the total cost. And then essentially it got you to a per student cost. In the formula, you could multiply the number of your transported students, those students of 200 or 2.5 miles or more from the school building, by the per student cost that formula is getting at. So third, you would determine the school district's transportation density by dividing and this should say the number of students by the square mileage, because that is how the prior formula read, and the 2017 KISA formula read until the 2018 change. So you divide the number of students by the square mileage of the district who live 2.5 miles or more from the school building. So to get the density figure, then you plot the per student cost that you determined and the density figures on a graph. And you apply a line of best fit, a curved line of best fit for all those points. So you're plotting density and per student cost for those 2.5 mile or more students as determined pursuant to the formula using a line of best fit. And then that line of best fit then determines that essentially that per capita allowance of the transportation expenditures per each student that lives 2.5 miles or more from the school district. So again, as I've said, this prior formula and the current formula have generally provided transportation funding and determined transportation funding for students who live 2.5 miles or more from the school building via the usually traveled road. So that's always generally been a requirement in these formulas of determining how to determine transportation state aid. And then last thing I wanted to note is that, as I said, this current formula is a derivative of the methodology that was used for the prior transportation formula. When the legislature enacted the new formula in 2018, they used that same, the legislature used that same curve of best fit methodology from the prior formula and applied it to the prior year's expenditures. And then that was used to create the density and per capita statutory schedule that you see in my memo, the picture in my memo. The primary differences between the prior formula and the current formula right now are that the prior formula was truly a line of best fit. And so where your density lied, you would look at that, where that line hit, and that was what determined your transportation expenditure or your transportation funding. But in this current model, it's more of a stepped approach. So it's still kind of, I mean, if you look at it, it'll look like it's kind of aligned, but each one has a little horizontal segment there between that density figure range where that's the amount of funding that's going to be provided per student. So this is a stepped approach instead of that line of best fit. And then the last, the change that this 2018 new transportation funding formula did was it applied a minimum level of transportation funding, kind of a per capita allowance for those highest transportation density districts. So that instead of a curve of best fit going on and on downward, it essentially kind of cut that curve of best fit toward the end at a straight line, and then any district with a very high density, transportation density would have that minimum no matter where the curve of best fit was going on below that minimum. So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, the last thing I wanted to note, that is the funding part. That's the weighting part, how to determine transportation weighting. It's often confusing with what the requirements are for school district transportation services. So state law requires school districts to provide transportation to certain students who reside in the school district. So school districts under state law are required to provide transportation to, and you can see on the last page of my memo, and there's kind of three certain groups of students or three certain types of students that they have to provide transportation to. So if a student resides 2.5 miles or more from their students, that student's school building that's located outside the corporate limits of a city, so school building outside corporate limits of the city and a student is 2.5 miles or more away from it, school has to provide transportation to that student. If the student resides outside of a city and is 2.5 miles or more from the student's school building that's located inside the city, the school has to provide transportation to that student. Or if the student resides in one city and attends a school building in another city and is 2.5 miles or more from that building, the school has to provide transportation to that student. Otherwise, schools are authorized to provide transportation to other students as necessary. These are what state law requires. I want to note state law also requires school districts to provide transportation to students in non-public schools, accredited non-public schools. The state law, the law on this says that the transportation shall be provided to non-public school students when those students reside in or along the highway or street that is used as the regular bus route of the school, or when the students go to a bus stop along such regular route. Lastly, pursuant to some recent changes in the law, school districts are now authorized to provide transportation to any non-resident student attending the school district pursuant to the open enrollment law as well. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What questions for Nick? Representative McDonald, then Senator Petty.
I apologize if you answered this. I walked in just as you were saying that this has nothing to do with the special ed transportation portion, correct? So when it says we divide by the number of transported students, is that, do we take away that special ed population from that amount of transported students, and because we counted it a different way at a different time?
I believe you, well, I'm not sure. I believe you do, but the prior formula was the total expenditures of transportation for the district. And I don't know how that could include, I mean, yeah, I'd have to.
Something to look at. And I don't have to have an answer today. Frank might have an answer.
Dr. Harwood.
So a transported student is defined as any student that lives more than 2.5 miles from their school of attendance. So you would still count the special education student, even though their transportation is provided differently. But remember, this is not actual reimbursement for the costs. This is just how you provide the funding.
Okay, if I could ask a couple more. my understanding from a meeting that we had a couple times ago was that it wasn't meant to be dollar for dollar reimbursement. That's not our legislative intent, right? This is just a nod to trying to acknowledge that it costs more to transport these kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Costs more to transport special.
Well, kids who live further away.
Kids who live further away. Yeah, I don't think it's ever been intended to be a dollar for dollar adjustment. I remember seeing in a minute, or a dollar for dollar reimbursement. I remember seeing in the minutes, I think in the SDF QPA minutes when I was looking at those in 1992, I think it was about a 75%, compared to total expenditures versus what transportation weighting was providing. I don't know what the current weighting amount would be versus total school district expenditures, but I think it was about a 75% as was mentioned in the minutes in 1992.
That was helpful to hear. My other question, I guess this is really just about like getting to and from school. Is there anything in the formula, and I'm particularly thinking about like districts who are spread out pretty rural, is there anything written into the transportation formula to account for like attending sporting events and transporting the kids to and from that? Because I would imagine that would be a significant expense for some districts.
I think the law doesn't speak to that in particular. But I think in the enrollment handbook, I know it specifically says it's only to and from school. I mean, it's the transportation to school and then from school, and then any other extracurricular activities are not factored into this cost.
Okay, I just think that might be something for us to look at. Thank you.
Senator Petty, then Director Ricker.
Thank you. You said on the first page about the steps of the current formula that this is what's in statute, but this is actually not what is practice. Is that correct? About the term transported students is defined as the number of students included in the enrollment of the school district the first step determines the total. It's not the students divided by the square miles. It's what?
No, that is correct. The density for population density figures, it's students divided or persons divided by square miles. I mean, that's your population density, how to determine a density figure. And that's how the prior formula was structured. That's how the formula under the KESA was structured when it was first enacted in 2017. It was with this 2018 change, which kind of has a little bit of history to it as to why this whole density and per capita allowance schedule was put into statute. But it was that 2018 change during that period that those things got flipped in the statute. So the statute actually reads square miles divided by students for the density figure, and that it doesn't compute. I mean, that's not a population density figure range.
So that is what is done, or that's just what's in the statute?
That is what's in the statute.
Okay. That's what okay, that's, I think Dr. Harwood is.
Dr. Harwood.
So the statute, as you read the statute, you get to first the density table.
Just like in school.
Yeah.
It sounded like they were going to make an announcement.
Yeah, because it's not a fire, right?
Thank you. So there has been a loss of power, and so they're checking, testing, and doing some vendor work. So I believe at this point, we're okay to go ahead, and we will keep monitoring it. Thank you, Director Profit.
So the first thing you come across in the statute is to calculate the student density, and then you apply the table that Nick talked about. Later in the statute, it defines density incorrectly. And so somehow that got switched in 2018. I noticed it when I was reading the statute getting ready for this. So the problem is that the definition of density is not density, and we are using density. Otherwise, you actually are giving more funding to districts that transport students less. So I mean, as Nick pointed out, the legislative intent was there. It just got transposed when the definition got redone. We look back at 2002, which was just the random statute book we had, and it was before it was the actual density formula. So. Yeah, we think it is being done correctly as intended. The definition is not consistent with the statute's application of density.
And I just had one other, go ahead, Nick.
And I do want to note that I did look at the kind of the testimony on this 2018 change. There was a document, kind of KLRD document describing this change using the prior curve of best fit and the density figures determined under that how they were determined in that prior curve of best fit. So the methodology that was being put forth in that table that you're seeing was determining density based on students divided by square mileage. There was not any discussion to flip it to say square mileage divided by student. Let's, and for the example of the school district with 70 students and 700 square miles, I mean, their density figure is really low, and they're having to send buses out across 700 square miles of territory, so their density figure on this chart and their per capita allowance, they would get a lot more money, and which makes sense. If you flip that and divide the square miles by students transported, you're getting a density figure, I mean, 700 divided by 70, you're getting a density figure of 10, and all of a sudden they're funded really low, and they're not getting any, that's not. So in the legislative testimony, there was not the intent to change that. I'll go on the record as saying that. So the density figure is students divided by square miles, and I will advocate for an asterisk to be put in the statute book until that gets changed.
And just as thanks for that, I appreciate that. And then those requirements and authority on the back page, that all those all pertain to resident students, correct?
Yes, besides that allowance, I mean, the allowance to transport non-resident students. But yes, those requirements are, I believe, specific to, yes, students who reside in the school district with that 2.5 mile threshold, and whether you're living in a city or outside a city and 2.5 miles away from your school.
And finally, it seems like transportation has probably been the piece of legislation that I think I've seen more times since I've been in the legislature than anything else. So the number of times that we've had legislation dealing with changing this transportation distance is a lot.
Director Rooker. Senator Gossage.
So when it says we're going to adjust it due to inflation, so it won't be this flat amount every year, that makes sense. However, what does that have to do with base aid?
So I think the way that it was developed in 2018 with this formula, as I said, that the schedule that you see, that picture of the schedule that you see is based on the expenditures per student on a certain school year. And then that formula then once came up with a way to adjust for inflation, or make some adjustment kind of to be commensurate with base aid increases, essentially. So it's just dividing the current year base by the preceding year base, and it gets you a positive number, 1.2 or 1 point something, and then you multiply that to kind of get your metric to increase this amount either by inflation or by the amount that you're increasing the base aid by in a given year.
And how do we typically determine how we're raising base aid?
So currently, base aid is pursuant to statute, a three-year CPIU adjustment. So you're looking at the preceding 3 years, the average of those 3 years, and then adjusting the base aid accordingly each year.
And that's the only thing that the adjustment is based upon is the CPU?
For base aid, yes.
For base aid. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Board Member Porter.
This is more question for us. I've slept since our first meeting, and we may have had this information, but 2.5 miles appears to be excessive to me. And I would like to know about how that compares with other states. And also, are there adjustments in other states for hazards? My colleagues, especially those that live in the metropolitan or suburban areas, talk about all manner of hazards, interstate highways, railroad crossings, difficult. And in my area right today, if you were 2.5 miles and having to walk to school, you'd be walking in a ditch knee-deep in water. I'd like to at least have those discussions about whether or not those things could be considered in the future.
That's a great segue into our next presentation. I believe we're going to get some of that here in just a moment from research. Are there any other questions for Nick? Nick, I have a quick one. I was reading in preparation for this meeting. I believe, if I remember right, it was an LPA audit that was done regarding transportation. And it referenced in there, which I thought was very interesting, that at one point, either we did or another state, I believe it was Kansas, reimbursed parents for transporting their children if they qualified for transportation. Is that accurate? And I just found that interesting. Dr. Harwood or Nick?
That is an option that some districts in Kansas are using. As opposed to providing transportation over 2.5 miles, they reimburse parents for transporting their students to school. Great Bend is an example of a district that does it fairly district-wide. Other districts do it in cases where students just live so far off in a different direction that it's more practical if the parents are willing to do that. Yeah, it is an option that is being used in some places. There are some places where the bus stop is more than 2.5 miles from the home, and so the parent gets reimbursed for taking this student to the bus stop, and then the bus picks them up and takes them the rest of the way.
I guess I just never lived in an area where that, and so I found that interesting that that was an option to reimburse parents. So Representative Estes. Oh, I'm sorry. Nick, did you want to add to that?
I do. I just wanted to add that I believe that is done under 726489. There's a statute that authorizes contracts for transportation to certain students and then prescribes the mileage rates that would be provided for those contracts. And the statute does say that if you can't get a student to the prescribed transportation route and their residence is more than 1 mile by the road where that prescribed normal route is, the school district can then contract for transportation and provide the reimbursement at the mileage rate specified in statute.
Interesting. Representative Estes.
I'm so curious. So you mentioned Great Bend, right? I can see in the morning on your way to work, how does it work with pickup if your job or your shift ends after school hours?
I don't know, but I can ask and find out. I've never been in a district that's done that, so I don't know.
It's not the most urgent thing I've ever asked you, but I'm just thinking that has to be difficult for parents.
Okay, anything else for Dr. Harwood?
So I will say that if that's the norm in the district, I mean, it's like a lot of things that seem strange when you're looking at it from the outside, but if that's just the norm, people don't think anything about it. This is just what we do. So I don't know how long they've been doing it, but I've never had a call from a Great Bend parent saying we shouldn't do it this way. I'll probably get one now, but.
Anything else for Director Rooker?
I wonder what their before and after school care looks like, because that may be an element to account for that.
I was just not familiar, and reading that, I was surprised. I didn't know if that was still continuing, so interesting. Anything else for Nick? Okay, next up we will have, is it Matthew? I see him getting ready. Matthew with some additional information.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and task force members. So you will see a shorter memo that was along with Nick's that is from KLRD that does a little bit to begin highlighting kind of some other elements that states utilize in figuring out transportation funding. So I'll kind of run through that, and then the bulk of what I was wanting to talk about was kind of what information Jennifer and I have found so far that we might have access to, and some of the other kind of elements around it, so that you can begin kind of figuring out more of how you want to explore this topic. So to the memo, so distance is definitely, Kansas is not the only one that utilizes that. However, there are definitely other states that have a shorter distance. So in the memo, it does call out like Alabama uses 2 miles. Hawaii actually has different distances depending on grade level. So kindergarten, it is 1 mile, and then when 6 through 12, it is 1.5. So they kind of stagger it. In Texas, looks like it is also at 2. You do have some states that have kind of hazardous condition elements. And so, for example, Florida, Illinois, and Texas waive the distance requirements when hazardous conditions are present, and so then allow that student to be transported due to those conditions, regardless of the distance. It sounds like some others will kind of provide either, we'll have some metrics to kind of lay those out, or possibly even provide kind of some additional funding in some manner to help with that. I would note it talks about in the memo that for Florida, that when those conditions exist, that it requires the state or local entity responsible for the road that has that hazardous condition to correct it within a reasonable period of time. So they are just required to then attempt to remedy what this hazardous condition is. Some use it upon population density, actual costs, flat rates, and then you will see on page 3 a variety of some other elements that can include students with disabilities, homelessness, factor in potentially extracurricular elements, and things of that nature. And so this, along with kind of the rest of this, is to try and help you start thinking more on this topic, as I know the task force has kind of addressed wanting to delve into this. So in looking at what we could use for modeling, because Kansas has the density and then the 2.5 miles, is that distance is about all we have access to. It does, in conversation with KSDE, it appears that we could get about 90%, capture about 90% of the students that are within 2.5 miles. And so if the task force is interested in modeling what a reduction in distance would be, we could probably do that with relative accuracy. Beyond that, there's just not, KSDE itself does not really have any other data. And so I am planning, hopefully here soon or at some point in the near future, to be able to meet with KDOT and kind of talk to them about, they run the Safe Routes to Schools program, which does typically have some grant funding as well as help school districts and cities try and plan things for having safer routes for students to be able to walk to school, as well as they do maintain some like crash and incident report data. But beyond that, like a lot of other data from schools would require seeing if KSDE can essentially try and survey. And so the more that we can get an idea from the committee on what avenues or elements you really do want to consider, that's going to help us try and utilize our resources to try and get that information. And so I guess that's kind of, the end of it was just wanting to kind of share what limited info we do have ready access to then try and get a better idea of what other means are you really interested in us trying to figure out how we can piece together something that might be useful. I guess the other final thing I will note is there had been some questions about city buses used for transport. And so there is in statute, it does define a bus as being a school bus if it is operated by a metropolitan transit authority. And it appears that those are tied to two elements of statutes which essentially limit them to being Wichita or Topeka. So both of those entities, for the sake of things, a school district could utilize and partner and use the city buses to be considered school buses in that sense. Other than that, districts, if they're doing that, they're doing it in some other method or kind of tangential to it, because statute only will define like a metropolitan bus as a school bus in those two instances for those two communities. So that's about all I have. Again, I'm happy to ask questions, but I was mostly hoping a lot of it would be some feedback on where you would like us to focus our efforts.
Quick question, where did the 2.5 miles come from? How was that determined originally?
Madam Chair, I do not know. It has been, I've never seen anything less than 2.5 miles, so I would presume, as Nick mentioned, for the longevity of this, that it was something that has probably just been passed down largely since inception. I'd be happy to dig into minutes from then if you would like to try and get some bigger insight.
I was just curious. Nick?
So essentially, you'll have to go, I mean, I don't know how good the minutes were in 1965, but we'd have to go back to 1965 because it was at a 2.5 mile threshold. It was students who resided more than 2.5 miles away from the school. And then I think in 73, it was changed to 2.5 miles or more. But essentially 65 was when that 2.5 mile threshold came into play, and it's been the same ever since, essentially.
So, Matthew, I know that you included some examples of states that have a shorter distance. In my research, there are also states that have longer distances, 4 miles, 4.5 miles, and there are some states that pay nothing for transportation, correct?
Madam Chair, I believe that is so. I've not done a comprehensive look at every state, but I know there are definitely states that will either use flat rates or in doing the flat rates don't necessarily have the stringent requirements we do on districts having to do it. And so you get a little more wishy-washy on kind of, or I guess a little more gray on what districts can and cannot choose. Again, I'd be happy to look further, but I don't have a ton of information on those that would be exceeding 2.5 miles.
And the states that you cited that do something around hazardous routes, what is their definition of what, did you find, I know there's a little bit of information here on your memo, but is there a formal definition of what would constitute a hazardous route?
Yeah, Madam Chair, so yeah, in the memo has kind of a bit that goes over it. I'd be happy to dig, we'd be happy to dig in further. I know part of my colleague who had put a lot of this together was in trying to track down states, put them in different parts of their statute. So, but we'd be happy to keep digging to try and get further information. I know at least for Kansas, part of the element of it is that unless it is a state highway or anything like that, there won't be a state entity that actually has data on a lot of it. And so it would be, again, then needing to either have districts or find some way to get those standardized elements reported. Because right now, I mean, if it's a city street or a county, it's going to be those local entities that are responsible for kind of knowing or identifying or having those. But again, we can get some more ideas of how they're defined.
I think it would be interesting, again, to differentiate, like we've talked about before, on, for example, just sitting and thinking about schools in my area. Wichita Public Schools all pretty much in a densely populated, high-traffic area type of a situation. And then I think about the suburban districts, and I think about where those suburban districts who've built a lot of schools lately have placed those schools. And I would think that, for example, Goddard has built a campus that anyone south of Kellogg or Highway, their whole campus for elementary, middle, and high crosses that. So anyone south of that, is that a hazardous? Valley Center put their schools, so I'm thinking about, as we think of this, the responsibility of where schools are placed, and also the responsibility of the local entity, the city and county, to make sure that students have a safe route to school as well. So, committee, Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not old enough to remember 1960 whatever, so no context there. We did look at different scenarios with the radius. Still would be interested in that number and exploring those options. The other thought, as I think about being a kid who rode the bus, a parent of children who rode the bus, just general trends. I think we talked about this with regard to the school lunch program as well. I think there's probably greater need for the younger kids, elementary, potentially middle school age students. High school kids begin to get driver's licenses of their own, or just generally don't want to be on the bus, so they find a friend or, whatever. So I wonder if we can look at whether there's any kind of tiered model where we do more to compensate for the transportation costs for younger grade levels.
So, Madam Chair, Director Rooker, so Hawaii is one that we do know in the memo that has, in this instance, they have a 1 mile limit for grade school, and then that extends out to 1.5 once you're in middle school. And so, again, I'd have to see I don't know whether KSTE's data is just students within that distance, or if it identifies enough to be able to tell on grade level. But again, we could definitely look at either different radius amounts or even potentially trying different density factors or other elements to create more of a tiered system that would change funding, alter funding based upon student grades.
Yeah, just logically, a kindergartner walking 2.5 miles, it just seems it's a lot. So probably not prudent. I know districts, while we have the requirements for who they have to provide transportation options to, they also choose in many parts of the state. So the impact of this is probably larger than we realize. So I would appreciate looking at that kind of system.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
This may not have a lot of bearing on things, but I always like to try to question my own assumptions. I grew up in Arkansas, and we had a large school district, and we had our own buses and our own bus system. And then I moved to Olathe, and I was really surprised to find out that they contract out busing to a company. I didn't know how common that was in Kansas, and should that be a consideration or a discussion point if a school district that's, say, small, has to maintain a fleet? I'd like to know what buckets that comes out of. Do they feel it's adequate? And then I would assume Olathe contracts with a bus company because it's fiscally responsible to do. But I would venture to guess middle of nowhere Kansas probably wouldn't have that option. So that's just something we haven't brought up that I don't feel like I know much about.
Madam Chair, Representative, we'd be happy to look into it. I don't have any current details on the propensity of contracting versus self-providing.
Committee, Director Ricker?
Representative McDonald did ask how they would pay for it. I would think the bus cost, the cost of the equipment would be capital outlay. So there is a funding stream for districts that choose to maintain. I think a lot of it really stems from it's hard to keep drivers on staff. Like it really, I think a lot has been pushed because of labor issues, and it's easier to contract with a company than maintain.
What else do we need to know? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it correct that transportation funding actually could be used for anything? It's not required to be used for transportation?
Madam Chair, I'll double check with Nick, but I do not believe, it at least does not have its own separate fund, and I do not believe that there's any specific requirements for that funding. The requirements are just that the district provides the transportation.
And it's probably, if we were to do an inventory, we probably learned that majority of users are younger students because older students begin to drive and opt out of riding the bus. But a quick search, our neighbors, the Colorado does have the two-tiered system. Nebraska has a 4-mile, and Missouri has a 3.5, and Oklahoma has a 1.5.
Nick.
So it looks like when I searched the prior school finance formula, the SDF QPA, it looks like in 2003, the transportation fund, there was a transportation fund that was created by statute. I assume all monies received from the transportation weighting and expenditures. I'd have to look at what the exact statutory language was with regard to monies went into the fund. But I assume any transportation expenditures had to be made from their transportation fund. Again, this was abolished in 2003, and I'm not aware of any specific transportation fund that exists now. I think there is a school bus fund, and I can look at the requirements of that, but that's not, I think that's more just for maintenance of school buses.
I'm just curious, because talking about, mostly younger students are probably riding the school bus because they're not as mobile, don't have access to other means of transportation than older students. However, I would be interesting to know about the activity buses. I've just happened to notice as I've been at some events, the buses, they're not the yellow school bus, at least that I had to ride to my extracurricular activities on, I will say that. And they are wrapped in extremely fancy, extravagant, in my words. It looks like a college bus coming down. And I'm just interested in, I'm taking it that those aren't the kinds of buses that are transporting students to and from school. They look more like they're activity buses. And I would just like to know the difference. And I've done a little research into this, and some districts are spending $300,000-400,000 on those before the wrap. Be interesting to see, how much is spent on those buses and the funding for, I'm taking it's capital outlay, just like any other expense, but be interesting to see the breakdown of how many districts are purchasing those, and again, wants versus needs. We've got Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That brings me to a thought. Years ago in Olathe, there was a school board meeting, and a parent was really questioning why they see so many Suburbans carrying kids to and from activities. And it was a really good question, and the staff answered that they had done a cost study. And when you're driving 6 kids to a tennis tournament, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to drive an entire yellow school bus. And these, at least in Olathe, we leased these vehicles. So I don't know that we have anything that I've seen that's what you're describing, like you're saying an entire bus, like look like a charter bus or something. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I will say, that they were insinuating, the parent was kind of insinuating that this is waste, and here we are, Olathe, trying to look like a big shot, but really what we were doing was trying to find the most cost-effective method to get kids from point A to point B considering how many kids we're transporting. And again, we're talking about athletics or extracurricular activities that require transportation. So I don't know how we address that as a committee, but I'd kind of like to explore that.
Yes, Dr. Ninswander.
So I do know that a Suburban is classified as a work vehicle because of the chassis as opposed to a passenger van. So over a 2-3 year period, it's cheaper to transport and safer to transport kids in a Suburban because of the chassis, because the insurance is a lot less than if you transport students in a van, which if it's in an accident opens up like a, so there's a lot around the difference between transporting smaller groups in certain types of vehicles because of insurance and for safety reasons. So I don't remember because we don't have a charter bus that has flaming Bobcats on it. But I do know that when you're transporting, there's some regulations or things you look at as opposed to a route bus that's on gravel roads that you get 25 years out of and you can estimate miles, to when you put kids on a highway and going 80 miles on a, so I think the bus companies can tell you the recommendations of what they recommend when you transport kids at a certain speed on a highway, what kind of a chassis and what kind, as opposed to sending a regular route bus. There's some differences to those. I don't have those. But.
Yes, Senator Gossage, and then Representative Williams.
Just very quickly, my apologies to the chair and the committee, but I have a rental car company that's picking me up right now at the visitor center, so I must go. I'll see you all tomorrow.
Safe travels, Senator. Representative Williams.
Yes, actually, I'm just curious if actually KSDE can provide us some information about the usage and how the capacity of the buses over time. I'm wondering if there's a trend now that more parents are wanting to drop off their children. It seems like when I ever see a school bus, unless it's an activity, it's like very small portion that it's being utilized. It seems like it would be better to use the smaller buses or a Suburban because it's a huge cost. And if it's correct that more parents are transporting their children and not relying on it, what have we updated or the way that we're handling transportation in Kansas? Are we still doing it the age-old way with big old buses that are only 1/4 full? So somehow if we could look at the numbers, I know there's an inflation factor, so that we can't be just how much we're spending, but there's a way to look at the number of students that are actually utilizing it. I think that those numbers are turned in to KSD, correct? It's not just how many students are 2.5 miles, it's how many students 2.5 miles are utilizing those services, correct?
Yeah, so yes, what I don't know is how many routes they have, so that would, because that's going to, if you have a few students and lots of routes, then you can use smaller buses or underutilized bus. We can look into what information we can have. We don't have a lot of, I can talk to our transportation people and see what we collect regularly and then what we can get information about and then how accurate we think that information will be. If we have to surveys are, especially as we get farther into the summer, will be less and less asked. Yeah, I think for routes it'll be a problem. We'll look and see what we have.
Committee, what else? Anybody else? Yes, Senator Petty.
I think we've had a lot of great discussion here, but I just want to be certain that we are looking at distance. And I think that Representative Rooker, or Melissa Rooker brought it up. So I'm interested in whether, looking at 2 miles and the particularly the idea about, that you mentioned about Hawaii, looking at maybe 1 or 1.5 for preschool through 5th as opposed to, and then 2.5 for higher. So I hope we may have that information. I will just mention that I live in a school district that, and I worked in a school district that has their own bus system. They're not a, they're not a giant school district, but they are a higher enrollment school district. And I think sometimes school districts have their own systems for a lot of reasons. I mean, they do have local school boards that vote for it, and they do transport everybody, even though they're not getting funded for everybody. And they have traditionally always had a system, and so they've kept their system. And I think that might be what we see with a lot of school districts that have their own bus systems, that's what they've done over time, and they continue to do it. And so it's part of their school philosophy of how to get kids to school.
Not seeing any other discussion. Staff, do you have any questions for us as clarifying as to what we need?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, so at least what I have that we can kind of start working on for whatever future meeting we want to look at them is we'll see if we can do one that breaks down kind of and shows shrinking that radius down to being smaller. And if there are specific distances the committee anyone on the task force is interested in, let us know. Otherwise, we'll just kind of see what makes sense when we actually see what the data is. And then we'll also do one that kind of has a dual tier where it's maybe a shorter distance for elementary school than for higher grades. And then we'll do some further research into kind of the hazardous element and what are some potential definitions or ways to address that. Is there anything else? I have some other kind of requests for information, but as far as elements the task force was interested in eventually trying to model or tie funding to?
I echoed the comment from earlier that we would appreciate some research discretion is if you see things you think would be helpful, please use that discretion and bring it to the committee's attention.
Okay. Perfect.
Anything else? Did we miss anything? Okay, before we adjourn, real quick, thank you for responding to the change in our dates for August. I believe we are going to change those to Wednesday, the 13th, and Thursday, the 14th in August. So please, just heads up on your calendar. Everyone be safe. Appreciate everyone's attention and participation today. Oh, yes, and if you have not given me your voucher for today and tomorrow, please do so. With that, have a safe trip home. We'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow.